Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2025 broadcast of the British Chess Championships from St George's Hall in Liverpool. And I'm joined here by a good friend of mine and also my co-host, which is Nicholas Pert, former British chess champion. So, Nick, there's some interesting pairings today. I would say, in particular, on board one between Nikita Vitiugov and White against Rajat Makar. Do you still think that after today, my theory about a 2400 or 2500 player winning the British will hold any water?
Hi, Danny. Yeah, it seems like your theory got off to quite a good start anyway, because we saw two of the top three players dropping points yesterday. Obviously, Gawain Jones lost to David Eggleston, a fantastic game from David, and Glenn Fleer played a very solid game against Michael Adams and managed to hold him to a draw with black. So that was quite a good result for Glenn. So two of them have dropped points, but it is quite a long tournament still. Still a lot of games to be played. I still feel like the best players will come out on top. So far, Nikita has looked very strong, but he's got a different opponent today, Rajat Makar, who's a much younger player. I think he works quite hard on chess. I saw a report that he studies with his chess coach twice a week, and you can tell from looking at his games that he has played, or he has studied a lot of different openings, and he's obviously a very active player, young international master, probably trying to work towards the Grandmaster title. So it's a different challenge for Nikita. He might switch back to e4 today. We'll see, but it should be an interesting game. How do you see it going?
Yeah, you mentioned a chess coach. Did you have any chess coaching when you were younger, Nick?
I did have some chess coaching with a coach called Kevin O'Connell. So he taught myself and my brother. He was quite a good coach. I think he was probably about 2,300 strength. I have done actually a little bit of coaching with some of the players in the tournament, some of the players on the top boards today. So maybe I could mention that at some point, but not to the same extent that I was taught. But I've done a little bit of work with people like Daniel Fernandez and William Claude Hansen, who are playing each other. Brandon Clark went to one of the schools which I taught at. And what about yourself, Danny? Have you ever had a chess coach?
No, I don't believe in coaching. You either got it or you haven't, you know?
And have you got it?
Nah.
Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see how this one goes. I mean, obviously, nowadays you do need to have help with the openings, I think, if you're going to be one of the really elite players.
Sure.
I guess Nikita probably has got someone helping him with his openings. What do you think?
Yeah, it was interesting. I played Nikita recently in the British Rapid Play Championship. It might be a theory of mine, but there was a Ukrainian GM played in that who played him in the playoff. Quite a strong player, actually. I played him and I drew with him in the final round. I think he lost to Nikita, the player, but I had a theory that maybe he was there helping Nikita. So people like that do tend to work pretty hard on their chess. I mean, the Russian school of chess is famous, right? You heard of the Russian school of chess?
I mean, the Russian school of chess, I thought it was quite well renowned for playing, solidly with black. And well, solidly with both colors, trying to press for the advantage with black and being solid. Sorry, trying to press for the advantage with white and trying to be solid with black. Very good technical players, very good endgame players.
All right, we're back on, guys. Sorry about that. We had a few technical gremlins. Have you ever seen that film, Gremlins?
You come up with all these weird questions, Annie. But just talking about the opening, so I did expect Nikita to go for 1e4 because Rajat plays lots of different openings against 1d4. So I guess e4 was a bit more predictable that Rajat would play this 1e5 move. Now, I did actually see a couple of games where he actually played the bishop to c5 early, but I think that was with the knight on f6. So I haven't actually seen him play with the knight to e7. But it looks, I mean, what do you think about the idea of putting the knight on e7 rather than f6 for black?
I must admit, it looks really weird, but I mean, I've never even seen this kind of stuff, which is really strange because it actually makes a lot of sense. I mean, in general, Nick, you want to put the knight on f6, but this is what chess is all about now, is because it controls more squares, it controls the center, it controls e4 and d5, whereas knight on e7 only controls d5.
Yeah, because I think the normal plan with the knight on f6, I'll be able to move the pieces on the board.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, if white is castled, black might play b5 and
That's right. Let's
the
say bishop c2.
bishop c2. I mean, potentially black could have played b5 before bishop c5 and cut out the bishop c2 option, force white to play bishop b3, and then we would have quite a typical opening line.
About, this and then
Or maybe knight f6 first, and knight f6 castles,
and then bishop c. Isn't it quite a popular
yeah,
variation?
exactly. So it's quite well known, and I've seen him play this kind of stuff before, but I haven't seen him play with the knight on e7. So I don't know. I mean, Nikita is obviously very well booked up in general, but maybe this is just a way to try to avoid the opening preparation.
Sure.
And it is quite a good idea, but it's a little bit disconcerting when your opponent just starts playing the moves quickly anyway, which seems to be the case. So maybe we can go back to
we got on the board. So let's just go through after knight e7, possibly with the idea of connecting with a knight there, maybe bring the knight to g6. Maybe he's had some ideas to going g6 f5 later because the knight on e7 isn't blocking the f ball. White castle, very simple move. d4, knight g6. Yeah, that makes sense with knight e7. But now white has pounced with bishop takes c6. And as you say, he seems to be very well prepared, Nikita. Is what he's doing.
Is white winning a pawn now? I mean, presumably it's a sort of sacrifice that Rajat would have anticipated.
No, maybe he's just blundered a pawn.
I mean, he must have some idea. Can't just be a pawn blunder. I mean, he will have the bishop pair. You do love your bishop pair.
I love my bishop pair. You know.
So he has got that.
What is more important than checkmate is the bishop pair. Mind you, to be fair, I prefer checkmate in my opponent than getting a bishop pair. Because then you know you've won the game.
Yeah. So can black win that pawn back in any way? I mean, the f2 pawn is pinned, but there's not that many pieces that can attack the e5 pawn. I mean, you can attack it with the queen, but then white could play bishop f4 presumably, unless you're going to try some kind of kingside attack.
We see if this is actually some kind of theory. I mean, actually, that we can check if this is theory, and I would guess it probably is. Yeah, there's actually been quite a lot of games of this, and apparently after you take, you do grab the pawn, Nick, you're absolutely spot on. D takes e5, and then the most popular move is queen e7, and white can actually go queen h5, Eggy style. Remember Eggy played queen h5 yesterday? David Eggleston beat one of the top six. And Nikita Vityugov, Nick, is the only one who is of the top seeds who's still on 100%.
And he looks to be incredibly well prepared in every game, so he's really taking this competition seriously. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's what you expect him to just turn out for a party or something. I mean, I guess top players, they always take it seriously. Some people do maybe enjoy the nightlife a bit more. I haven't seen Nikita out at all, have you?
No, I mean, to be honest, all these guys, whenever I've noticed Mickey Adams or David Howe or Gawain Jones, maybe Gawain is a little bit more sociable, but they tend to go out on the final night. You know, up till then, they're very serious. You know, that's why part of the reason why they're 2600. They're dedicated to their profession. However, as we're still in theory, he has gone queen h5, by the way. I think maybe we should have a look at some of the other games and maybe predict some of the pairing results. So I was looking through them today, Nick. I don't know if you agree with me, but Amit Gartzi is playing against Taran, young Irish playing Taran Canamarala, who I've played on several occasions with mixed results. William Claridge is playing against Daniel Fernandez. I played both of those players. Better record against William, I must admit, than Daniel. Got a negative record against Daniel, has a lot of players out. Played against Reyes on a few occasions. Alex Golding, Lorenzo Fava playing Jonah Willow. Yi Chen Han versus David Eggleston. Michael Adams, Jack Rard. Let's just stick with those pairings for top 7. Looking at those, is there anyone that stands out as a potential upset? Because we had quite a few upsets yesterday.
We did. Well, I mean, I don't really know Lorenzo Fava at all, but he played quite well yesterday against Brandon Clark, so that could be an interesting one to follow. Obviously, David Eggleston again. Black against Han Yishen. That could go either way. I don't really see Jack Rudd winning against Michael Adams. That would probably be the biggest upset in the history of the British Championship, but you never know.
I predict that game will be over within an hour. And they'll both be in the commentary room showing off the game. And it won't be a win for Jack. But I could be wrong about that. Yi Chen Han is white against David Eggleston. Funny enough, Yi Chen Han is a former pupil of David Eggleston because Yi Chen Han spent some time at Royal Grammar School in Newcastle. So I think he was born in Netherlands, potentially, or initially was in the Netherlands. That's where he learned chess. He found a chess set in the park. A little bit what Malcolm Payne is trying to implement more sets in the park, which is a great initiative. And that's how he played his first chess game, was in the park, which is incredible. So that's how he got good, by playing in the park. I think that game could be a draw, potentially. Yi Chen Han is a very intelligent guy. He's currently at Oxford, and he just wrote a very interesting paper about rating deflation and what he thinks the solution for rating deflation should be. He thinks that it's become much harder for 2500s to beat 2300s. What do you think about that?
It seems that way. It seems that, especially the 2300s, who are quite active, they seem to be a little bit underrated. I mean, we saw players like Glenn Fleer into 2300s now, and they can be very solid players. Do you want to have a look at one or two of these games then?
Absolutely, yeah, I do. Is there any result that stands out to you as potentially an upset? I like some of these boards just before we go in. Ami versus Taran.
Taran is a good player, so he might be able to get a result from that game. But obviously, Ami with white, you would think is a slight favourite.
Let's have a look at the.
But Amit's been working hard on his openings, has he? So now he's coming with more options.
Yeah, he played at French for the first time yesterday. Apparently, they had that prepared against good player. Who was he? Oh, he was playing Borna.
Yeah, Borna, and I mean, it was a big success for him, wasn't it? The French defence. He seemed to get a good position at the opening, and he won quite a nice game. Yeah, this Rook B8 move is quite standard in Catalan type positions. The main idea of Rook B8 is to play B5 and try to protect the C4 pawn, try and hang on to the extra pawn. Obviously, White's got a lead in development, and if White can regain the C4 pawn, then White would be slightly better. So Black's going to try and hang on to that pawn, and that actually leads to quite double-edged play. So it does seem as though Taran's trying to keep alive options to win this game. He's not just playing for a draw.
Yeah, I played Taran before in a Catalan in the foreign himself a few years ago, and he crushed me with Black. So he will play ambitiously in the Catalan. He will try to hang on to the pawn. I predict. Obviously, this is still in theory. So let's have a look at some of the other games. I do think that's a potential upset. Maybe not a win, but I think Taran could well get a draw. Another game which I think is very interesting is Shreyas Royal. Played really well yesterday against Alex Golding. I think Alex Golding's quite a talented player.
Yeah, I mean, Alex, he is a talented player. I mean, he can play sometimes a bit quickly. I mean, I've actually got a very good record against Alex, but yeah, I've seen him win against Simon Williams, for example, and I've seen him beat some good players as well. So he could get something out of this game, but I think Shreyas has probably got quite a good style for him because he'll just keep it solid, take his time, and hope to slowly grind down Alex. I think Alex just recently became an IM, so he's obviously a very talented player. He has had some good results as a junior. He plays in my local leagues, so I have seen him play quite a few times. He's got two brothers who are also good chess players as well, James and William. So a chess playing family, all very talented chess players. I mean, Alex is the strongest of the three, and he's certainly capable of causing upsets.
Yeah, because I got the impression, I played him last year in Northumberland Masters. I got the impression he didn't know that much theory, but he seems to be quite a, yeah, he's got a high ceiling, I would say. So knight e3.
I think he might have had some training of Glenn Fleer at one stage, but yeah, in terms of opening theory, he doesn't seem to be particularly deep on opening theory. I would have thought Shreyas would have a much deeper repertoire than Alex Golding.
Maybe we've had another move here because it looks like Shreyas is thinking on the webcam. Is that Shreyas in the pink shirt behind Glenn Fleer?
Yeah.
Yes. So Shreyas has played knight e2. Oh no, he's made a move, but his opponent's gone from the board. So, he's come back. Right.
I mean, what do you think of this position? I mean, White's obviously got the extra central pawn and the bishop pair, which you like. So got certain
That's
long
winning already, isn't it?
certain long-term advantages for white. In terms of black's trumps, he is ahead in development. He's got castled. His piece. I mean, they're playing their moves quite quickly here. I mean, Alex is quite a fast player. He does tend to play quite quickly.
Sure.
I sometimes think you should take your time a bit more.
Yeah, we were having this discussion earlier, weren't we? Because we mentioned Jack Rudd. Jack Rudd today is playing against the legendary Michael Adams, and Jack is another one who's known to be a very fast player. But Michael Adams is the ultimate professional. I think he's got a good record against Jack because he takes his time. He doesn't get flustered when he's playing against Jack. Whereas when I played against Jack in the past, I think you've got a good record against Jack, but I don't have such a good record because it tends to kind of provoke your ego. When your opponent starts playing fast, they're like attacking you. They're saying you're an idiot, right? So then you kind of feel obliged to play quickly yourself. It becomes an ego battle. And of course, when you play quickly, you lose a bit of control.
Yeah, I think if you're playing against Jack, you just have to play at your own pace, or against any fast player. Just play at your own pace and just try and play the best moves. If you start getting into a blitz game with them, I mean, you're playing into their hands really, and then suddenly any result's possible. I mean, players like Alex and Jack, I think, have got very good instincts, and that's why they're able to play quickly and still, achieve IM titles.
Yeah. So what do you think Black will do now? He's just played knight. I mean, I would have actually thought about knight g3 as you mentioned. Knight f4 looks slightly odd to me, but I guess g5 would be too weakening. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that Shreyas is still in his preparation at this stage.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, White also could be considering playing g4 and h4. That's quite a risky idea if Black didn't play g5. No, not now. So I mean, if Black played another move instead of if Black plays another move instead of g5, well, you want to play g4 anyway. Okay. Or maybe he'll just move his knight and then just castle, and he's got all the long-term advantages of bishop pair and Black's king slightly weakened. I mean, let's suppose Black plays rook e8, which looks like quite a logical move.
Sure.
I mean, bishop d3 is the safe move, or bishop e2. Can you play g4, or is that just too risky? That looks very risky.
Well, yeah, good point.
I mean, White,
Well, so what you're thinking maybe that this
yeah,
might
Black
be
could take it, yeah, and then queen h4 check, and yeah, I don't know if you'd really want this as White. Why not queen h4 check?
Yeah, queen h4 feels, but I don't know. You can run over, right?
I mean, yeah, you'd be quite nervous playing this as White. You're far behind in development, unless you'd studied it beforehand.
Yeah.
Black will get 2 pawns. Probably bishop takes g4, have 2 pawns.
You're not tempted by that move?
It's tempting as well. Bishop g2, can you get away with that?
Yeah. Oh, so I don't really have a tactic with this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe he won't risk g4. Like you say, he probably play bishop e2 first and save g4 for later.
Absolutely. But I'm even wondering, like here, whether you could even play me like knight b6, because this also feels uncomfortable if you ever get this in. But I've only got 1 pawn for the piece at the moment, so that's...
Yeah, I mean, you could take on g4 and still go for those ideas.
Yeah, so probably not going to go g4.
He probably won't do that. He'll probably play bishop e2.
I think that looks pretty reasonable.
Yeah, and then just castle, and he's got that idea later on if he wants to.
This actually looks a little bit like a Ragozin, right?
Yeah, slightly like a Ragozin type structure. Black's got a bit more activity. I mean, a lot depends if you can activate the dark squared bishop for White.
Okay, so we come back to that game. Let's keep scrolling for interesting games. What about, okay, we've got Shreyas. What about Daniel Fernandez? I haven't talked about him that much in this talk. We talked about him a little bit. I think Daniel Fernandez would make a good James Bond. What do you think?
I think so. I mean, he's quite sporty, isn't he? Doesn't he sort of run marathons and do black belts in something?
Oh, black belt. Oh,
I think
I'll try and be polite to him in the future.
Yeah, don't push all the pieces over in front of him. They're slamming the table. Yeah, you hit the table, when he hits it, he breaks it.
Also, that was a bit of a crazy laugh. Right, c4, b6, knight c3, bishop b7. So yeah, so White's brought the knight out.
I mean, he actually looks to be quite well prepared, Daniel, doesn't he? Normally, you think he doesn't have any openings, but he's playing quite quickly in this game.
Yeah, F3 doesn't look normal, but okay. Oh no, hang on, he's playing black, right? But E5 knight E4 is possible, or even knight G4. Yeah, this is very typical of Daniel. He likes fianchetto positions because I think partly because he likes to mix it up and he likes dynamic, creative positions, which I do as well. I don't know. Do you ever attempt to play the modern or stuff like that? You're more classic. Sorry.
I'll tell you one interesting story because one time Daniel was playing black against David Howell, and it was in a 4-0 game, and we knew the game was coming up, and I was actually doing some work with him at the time, so we tried to do some opening preparation for David Howell, and we looked at E4, we prepared some lines against E4, we looked at C4, prepared some lines against C4, and it came to the game, and David Howell played D4, so basically sidestepped the preparation that we'd done. And I think Daniel sat there for a while, and then he just responded with one A5. I thought, okay, yeah, that sort of doesn't show all the work that we've done in advance.
So I presume he lost that game, did he?
I think he lost that game.
Yeah. I think he did say that he didn't have a great record against David.
But he's an incredibly talented player. Like, I think his general calculation is much better than mine, for example. But maybe where he had sort of suffered slightly in the past was the opening work, and also he was quite a risk taker, I found, in games.
Yeah.
But maybe now he's worked on both of those areas, and if he has, then he probably can go quite far beyond 2,500.
Yeah, I mean I completely agree with you. I think he's one of the most talented players in English chess. But they're all pretty talented. Yeah, I'd say him and Ami are probably two of the most talented.
I mean, William Claridge Hansen, I think his dad, he was quite a good chess player, certainly not a bad chess player.
Yeah, that's right.
So he would have learned quite a lot from him, certainly growing up. I'm not sure what level his dad was, maybe might be 2000s. But he was quite a good player. So that would have helped William in his younger days, and obviously now he's a stronger player. But yeah, he's quite a good player, actually, quite a sort of practical player. But I think he probably would be thinking about playing it safe in this game and maybe just trying to get a draw. I don't know what you think, but I imagine William will be happy to draw this game with white.
Yeah, I think he's from the Buckinghamshire area, kind of. Is that right? Sort of like north of London.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nick. I think this is, against this kind of dynamic approach, this is quite a solid setup. And also white has a lot of trumps here. This square on F5 is a bit weak. That could be exploited by white later, but maybe knight G3, F5. However, on the other hand, black also has quite good position, C5, knight C6. I mean, C5 strikes me as a move here. What do you think about that move?
Yeah, it looks like quite a good move. Do you think white would swap the dark square bishops off now, bishop C3?
Absolutely. Although I'll be a little bit concerned. When you give something, you trade something. When you give something, I don't know what I'm talking about.
You're worried about the D4 square, are you?
I'm worried about the D4 square is what I'm worried about. Yeah, what I was trying to say. So, but it does. But then white could avoid that by playing bishop E5, where it starts to look a little bit like a little bit drawish, right?
Would you take that knight if black castled, for example?
Yeah, I mean,
There might be some rook D7 ideas.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That looks a little bit dangerous, actually.
You got knight. You have to play knight A5 or knight. Yeah, this actually feels slightly better for white.
I agree with you. I mean, actually, what we should do, given this Daniel Fernandez game, let's see where it left theory. So after knight F6, are we still in the opening? Yeah, we've got loads of games. Right, then he went F3. There's only 10 games. D5, 4 games. That's a good thing about Daniel Fernandez. He does leave theory fairly quickly. It's all been played before, incredibly, up till D takes C3. But then there's only one game now.
I mean, they were playing quite quickly in the opening phase, so I wonder if they've looked at this beforehand.
He's castled.
I mean, white might have a very small advantage here with the structure. The pawn on F3 blocks out that light square bishop quite nicely. And like you say, if you can get the knight to f5, you'd be very happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a game that Daniel would probably be looking to win, I guess. So, expect him to take chances later in the game if he can. He's not somebody who's, afraid to take risks. Shall we have a quick look at the Jack Rudd game? Because that's likely to be at about move 40 already.
Okay.
Right, okay, let's go from the start. So Michael Adams is white, and he's playing the Open Sicilian. He's going into the Open Sicilian. Bishop, yeah, I've seen him play this before, actually. This is quite a popular move. Black played e5, which is the main line.
Yeah, bishop d3 is interesting, just to allow the knight to drop back to e2. Is that the new trend in the Najdorf then? Bishop d3.
I've had this before, actually. Yeah, I mean, I lost a game against Jonah Willow in the Northumbria Masters last year. Against this and I had a game the other day in Ghent. They taught me in Ghent against someone called Elias Rozhansky, who's originally from Russia and now lives in Belgium. And I think we actually had these kind of moves. I think bishop e6 is the main move here. Or knight c6 also playable. I mean, the general idea that white will try and maybe play knight f5, and g6 will be rated as a weakening move, and you potentially maybe go f4 and create some kingside pressure. So black went knight c6.
Yeah, I mean, I've also sort of had these kind of pawn structures before, and yeah, I remember once getting into a bit of trouble in a game when if you take on d5, did you take on d5 or not?
So I should say, actually, I think this is the main idea, not knight f5. This is the main idea, so I'm getting a bit confused, even though I had this game like a few days ago. Right?
Yeah.
But knight d5, yeah, I think knight d5 is the main idea, isn't it, Nick? Because you take, but then white gets this gain on the knight.
Yeah, and part of the problem is you want to play the knight into d4 and over to the king side, but you just don't have time to get it out to f5. So if you played knight d4, white could probably play c3, and your knight would be forced to go to quite a passive square on b5. And yeah, then it's going to take a long time to get in the game from there. It's basically stuck out of the game for quite a few moves.
Yeah, so that looks weird, but you see that also in other Sicilians where black plays knight b8 with the idea of bringing the knight into d7. Looks perfectly reasonable, still following theory. f4 was played by Michael Adams.
Yeah, like the Sveshnikov, you can play this knight b8 idea a lot.
Absolutely. Magnus Carlsen's had a lot of success with those kind of ideas, inspired by Alpha Zero. So g6, f5,
Yeah,
very aggressive.
I wouldn't really wanted to allow f5. I don't know if he could have stopped it though. Maybe he couldn't stop it.
Could he have gone? I mean, I think the theory said no. No, it's still theory. But yeah, maybe in this position. Yeah, I'm not sure, Nick, but I'm not sure f5 is the end of the world. But yeah, I agree. It looks a little bit passive for black now, because generally speaking, Nick, what black wants to do is attack on the king side themselves in these kind of positions, right? It's normally white's better on the queen side with c4, b4, but black tends to go f5. f5 there, I think we just possibly do is quite an important pawn.
Yeah, you'd have to play f5 before white played f4, but maybe he just didn't have time to do that.
Yeah, so f4 and then f5. So we could get a big attack here for Michael Adams. Bishop g5 though by Jack, played fairly quickly. Is he up on the clock? He's up on the clock.
Is that a rhetorical question?
Not by much though. I think
This might be Michael Adams' first think. It feels like one or two accurate moves, he might be able to just get a clamp on this position. If he can get his knight on e4 in the right moment, he could be doing very well here. But just has to be a little bit careful about how he times it. It's definitely an idea to watch out for.
so. Tom Villiers in the audience suggests that this game's going to be over in 5 minutes. Yeah, because I want to go queen h4 there. At the moment, knight takes d6 is not a threat because of queen b6 check.
I mean, if white could play like f6, he'll probably just checkmate black quite quickly.
Absolutely. So is there a response to knight e4? I mean, we've left theory, so we don't have the comfort. When you know you're in theory, you have the comfort of knowing this is an acceptable position. But once you've left theory, we don't know. It could just be bad for black. I mean, another candidate maybe might not be as good as also maybe even just thinking about taking and going knight e4 is maybe not completely ridiculous.
Yeah, so if queen check, you just put the king on h1.
Yeah, you tidy your king away, use the old Russian
Yeah, it's true. The d6 pawn is weak, and yeah, actually rook f3. You want to play
maybe
queen
this,
d4.
maybe this. Although, yeah, I think Tom's line with knight e4 looks
Knight e4 is probably better
much more convincing.
first. Just don't let the black queen get into the game so easily.
Could even maybe go king h1, Nick. I mean, and what is black's threat? Because black's threat is to take. What? Yeah, I think this is looking very suspicious.
Let's have a look at knight e4.
I mean, I guess you have to take, right? I mean, could you go there? But I mean,
yeah.
that wasn't the point, really.
Yeah. He won't go back. So let's say he takes, and what else is he going to play? And,
Could he go check? Maybe his idea is to go check.
and after king h1.
Then queen d4.
Yeah, I feel like you're about to get mated. f6.
f6, yeah. Nice idea. Very nice idea.
Yeah, they might be coming in the door shortly.
Yeah. Go straight to the cam. Jack has extended his hand in resignation. Let's see if there's any more moves.
Unless he's got some clever move after knight e4. Mickey's still thinking about this.
Should we check what the engine says? Should we do an early engine check? It's a bit early for engine checks, but what can we guess what the engine's saying? What do you reckon?
Well, I'm guessing as in the evaluation.
I reckon it's plus 1.6.
Okay.
What would you say?
Well, higher or lower?
Higher or lower? It's like the price is right. Higher? Would you like to go higher? Would you like to go lower?
It depends if he's got a clever move after knight e4.
Higher or lower?
I guess he could try to bring the queen out to h4 after he takes the bishop. I don't know if that's going to survive.
But then
no, the d6
d6. Oh no, but then you have queen d4 check.
Yeah, so maybe you can play queen h4.
So we okay.
I'm not completely convinced, to be honest.
I'll
say higher.
1 point. You're saying higher. Yeah, it might well be higher.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
close,
higher.
close. But
Slightly
I was
higher.
very close. Right, 1.7.
Yeah,
1.7.
that's a good guess.
Okay.
So both bishop takes g5 and knight e4 both strong for white.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for Jack. So what was better earlier? I mean, if we check the analysis, where it goes slightly wrong,
It was g6,
G6 was a shocker.
which we did think that as well. We didn't really want to allow f5 after g6.
Yeah, because normally in the Najdorf, Nick, you basically take on f4.
I think if you take, it's not too bad. It's slightly better for white.
Yeah, you got a little bit more pressure on the king side, but at least you're getting squares, right? And the problem that Jack had after g6 is he's not getting any squares for this knight. This knight has got no good.
I don't think this was this the position.
Sorry,
Was it
no,
knight d7 and c4 first?
Yeah,
Yeah, after C4, can knight go forward at B5?
Yeah, b5 would be a
b5
good
was
move.
actually the top move, Tom. Very good shout. Gambit style.
You can't take the pawn anyway, can you?
You- and then black is winning. So
So g6 just makes f5 a lot more powerful from white because then there's always
Yeah.
f6 to worry about.
yeah, I think that's like a reaction move. You're under pressure. You're feeling like you're playing somebody you've got a bad record against, and who's one of the top Z's, and you're going g6. So it feels like Mark Adams going to be back in the tournament after this win. Not that he was ever out of it, but you know.
You've written off Jack.
Yeah.
Written him off already. But
Yeah.
we did say in advance of the game we thought this one was quite likely to be a win for white.
It's just tough for a 2200 to stay up there for long. I mean, you're playing against players who are much higher rated than you. It's tough for a 2400 like myself, although I probably won't be 2400 for very long the way my rating's going, but to stay up there for very long,
Should we have a look at one of the other games?
absolutely. think we'll try and get some guests on at some point as well.
Sure.
And Jack's wandering around, so it's,
Do you want to go down a bit lower, try and find one or two of the other games?
By the way, William Clarence has a nice advantage against Daniel Fernandez. Sheriff's Royal, it says. What about Yi Chen Han? Should we
Okay.
have a look at that?
Yeah, sure.
I think we should have a look at. Let's go from the start in the Yi Chen Han game.
Because I thought Yi Ham played D4, Catalan, that kind of opening. So it seems as though he's sharpening up his repertoire a bit. Maybe they just play everything these days.
I've seen this move, Nick. You know, Knight B3 played actually recently. Another kind of topical line like this, Bishop D3. The problem with the Najdorf is it's just this is why people are running to freestyle chess because it's been analysed to death. Bishop G5 is obviously a move. F3 is a move. Probably the most popular line these days is Bishop E3. H3 is very popular.
Oh, Bishop D3.
Bishop
Like
D3.
me.
Yeah. I like this Bishop D3 move. It's just so solid crew. Bishop C4. But Knight B3 is like a flexible move. I actually had this in a tournament again in that Ghent tournament. People are just playing like weird openings. So yeah, so G4 actually, I think actually maybe even had something very similar to this. My opponent went G4, but of course normal response to a wing attack is to break in the centre with a move D5. Is that what Eggy went for? No, he went H6. What about D5 here?
Yeah, D4 is interesting.
But I presume this is some sort of theory. I think White could, for example, one option would be to go G5 and then Chopsies
Yeah, you should regain the pawn.
and then Bishop G2, or you put that for first actually, and Bishop G2, and I think you've got a nice edge.
Yeah.
I don't like this position for black. It's playable, but it's a little bit depressing. So obviously, understandably, David avoided that, and he went for a more dynamic move of H6, more double-edged. So Queen E2, wow, that's a very aggressive move. So we've seen each and Han's intentions. I mean, one thing that I've noticed about Sicilian in recent years, Nick, is that engines don't like the Sicilian as much as they like, say, E4, E5.
Yeah, I think E5 is really the best way to go. Kind of regret not learning E5 when I was a junior because it seems to be the most solid choice. And you can still move things around within E4, E5 quite easily.
Yeah, I mean, you know, one recent book which got a lot of publicity was Alpha Zero by one of the British chess commentators, Matthew Sadler, and he mentioned how this book on Alpha Zero and you know, Game Changer, or a book on engines in general, and he mentioned how Alpha Zero played all these games against each other to get really good at chess against itself. And it learned that E4 against E4, E5 was the best response, and actually the Berlin variation. So Kramnik was right all along. But the reason why it doesn't like the Sicilian so much is because of these dangerous sort of pawn storms.
Yeah.
You know, like back in the day, they would have said this is unclear, and in a lot of positions now, they just say it's winning.
I mean, practically, the positions are double-edged, aren't they? But if you're
Yeah.
playing with a computer, it's different.
Although I must admit, I feel like David will be quite happy with the outcome of this opening because he's got a sharp double-edged position where he can try and fight for the win as well.
I mean, as long as he avoids the theory of his opponent, he seems to be quite far down on time. I mean, presumably Queen E2 has the intention of castling queenside, so B5 is already anticipating that.
Sure. Could you castle anyway and just, I'm not worried about B4 because I've got knight A4 with play, or is that?
I think so, because you're not going to castle kingside, so if you're playing Queen E2, you're going to castle queenside. And once you, I mean, would you put the bishop on G2, or where would you put the bishop?
Eventually I would, yeah.
Then you might have to play E5. It depends on the position, or you could just try and attack on the king side with H4, G5.
Yeah, I'm not worried about B4, Nick, because I'm bringing the knight to A4, and this I feel is too hot a pawn. Bishop G2 looks tremendous for white.
Yeah, and the black has to just catch up on development. You can't take the E pawn.
So after castles, what's your candidate move for black?
I mean, you're worried about the problems in the center of the board already. At some point, you might have to play queen c7. You probably want to play bishop e7, queen c7, castle, that kind of idea. But it does feel as though the attack's still not over, even once you're castled, because then white can play h4, g5.
That's
So
another move, by the way. It's now David's move, so he has castled.
yeah,
It's g5. I mean, sometimes in Najdorf, Nick, you go g5 with the idea of clamping that square because white's gone g4 and now no longer can go g3, f4.
but then I'll be worried about my king. Like, where are you going to put the king if you play g5? I think this is actually, a bit tricky for David because he could come under attack here.
Totally.
I mean, you're a Najdorf player. You have to defend the attacks quite often, don't you? In the Najdorf.
I just get mated quite often. We had a few comments in the YouTube, by the way. Kevin Winter said, I played Jonah when he was a youngster. He was lucky to get a draw against me, but now he's an IM. Dave Ledger said, think he is playing in the AM Open. He's talking about, by the way, Tom Villiers apparently won the Atkins Open.
Congratulations.
Well Caroline rather than Dave, as he's playing at the moment, yeah. So Caroline Robson. That's Caroline Robson. So G5, but then H4 feels like a potential move, you're peeling open the black king side, rook G8, and there, as you say, because I've gone B5 and G5, the king has really got no. But there is an argument for saying if I go knight E5, I'm rock solid. How do you break me down? I
don't really like this position for black, to be honest. I feel like the king is going to be permanently weak.
So what's the other options? He has gone queen c7, very flexible. I think that's a good choice by David. You mentioned this queen c7 move, so...
And the problem is the rook on d1 was pinning the d pawn to the queen, and that was obviously going to cause potential problems.
Yeah. So now actually this idea, Nick, of going b4 and knight e4 is probably not quite a threat because actually I think there is also a bishop b6 tactic at the end of that. Just show, like if I went f4, like it's uber aggressive f4, b4, knight a4, well, you're losing a piece, the bishop d6, so you pretty much resign that position already. Sometimes even knight d5 is, maybe...
Yeah, that's quite a thematic idea, knight d5.
I'm worried for David if white finds f4, Is f4 a move?
That's definitely an idea. But I think it's not the only move. It feels as though white's got some quite good attacking options here.
So you would think about h4 or bishop g2 maybe as well, right?
I mean, there could be ideas. Yeah, I mean, f4 also looks good.
Because
h4 looks good.
Yeah, because I wrote a book recently on the Scheveningen opening, which is the first opening book I ever wrote. I get a plug-in for that. But the Scheveningen is terrible opening because they go g4 in that move order.
Did anyone buy your book?
Okay, no, it's published by Thinkers Publishing, but instead of A6, which is a Najdorf named after Miguel Najdorf from Argentina, he's the greatest player ever from Argentina, although Faustino Oro shows some signs of potentially overtaking him. Another great junior, of course, we've got Bod Hannah in his tournament, so we'll look at her game later. But E6 is then attacked by the move G4, and that was invented by Paul Keres. So it's named after Paul Keres. And actually, I don't think he was the first person to play it, but he was the person to popularise it.
It's got a sort of reputation of being quite dangerous, the Keres attack, hasn't it?
He was one of the first to play it, yeah. Yeah, I actually met somebody who's playing this tournament who's originally from Estonia called Monica Ashbrook. So Sid would probably be familiar with the great Paul Keres, one of the greatest players never to win the World Championship title. So G4, yeah, and if you go, Nick, I think like E5 is playable for black. And other moves like D5, generally black goes H6 and you do something like rook G1, knight C6, H4. I think that's like the main line. It's a bit grim for black. But if you go, for example, if you go A6, G5 here, and then bishop E3, B5, A3, the engine's already giving white a huge edge, like a winning edge, like plus 1.7.
Yeah, so maybe the Anyushin game is quite similar to that.
Yeah, let's have a look what's happening in this game. So he has gone bishop G2. That's quite a good positional move. So now David needs to come up with a good choice. What would you play here, Nick, bishop e7 maybe, or bishop e7?
Yeah, maybe bishop e7, probably.
Bishop e7, yeah?
Yeah, well, with the queen on c7, he hasn't got e5. We can just take it with the pawn, so that's covered. But I guess white can just continue to attack with either h4, f4.
Yeah, which one would you go for though? Because it's both look tempting. You wouldn't play me like king b1 on account of. I quite like having the king away, although John Nunn always used to say that was a mistake whenever white played king b1 as Sicilian. Apparently that was.
I thought king b1 was regarded as a good move, and it's played in all the dragons and a lot of the Sicilians. They put the king on b1.
Yeah, but he was big on time, right? Like he said, like time was an important factor. He felt like it was a lazy move. People would just go king b1 as a lazy move. It wasn't like the best move, but I mean, it's certainly an option for white. But I mean, let's just say I went f4. If you now castle, Nick, then g5, looking very suspicious for that, I would say already.
Yeah, I mean, and h4 also looks quite good instead of f4. The same idea. Or even here.
Yeah, h4. I mean, I think he'll probably go h4. Yeah, that looks like the most natural move, right? h4 f4. That looks like the most natural choices. So how does? Well, okay, he hasn't played bishop e7 yet, David, but yeah, I fear for David this game. I think this could be a bounce factor. You ever heard of this bounce factor? In horse racing, when a horse comes back from a long layoff and it wins a race, it bounces the next day. It bounces in the next race, and I think the same thing's going to happen with David here. He's going to have a bounce factor after he beat Gawain by losing to potentially this Yi Chen Han, who's somebody who's really coming in under the radar because we haven't talked about him much, but he's a pretty good player. Okay, let's come back. We'll come back to that game. What other games should we look at?
Just go down the list.
We haven't looked at Yona, by the way.
Okay.
Let's have a look at Yona, because Jonah Willow, he's playing black. He's very talented IM, and he's playing against somebody who beat Brandon yesterday. So Jonah is already got one GM norm, which he got quite recently.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very good online player, isn't he, Jonah? Yeah. He tends to play. I think he plays a lot, doesn't he? He plays a lot of different tournaments. I think himself, Matthew Wadsworth and Borna, they're quite good friends. They go to a few competitions together.
Absolutely, yeah. They're like, you get these cliques in chess, don't you? You get like there's the Gormally, Pert, and Williams and Arkle clique, and there's the sort of
the professionals.
Yeah, Hebden. You know what I mean? So that's the old style clique. Now you got the new style clique. What Black did in the King's Indian is very unusual, I would say. In fact, there is a line after castles, bishop d3. I was mentioning this yesterday. Bishop g4, bishop e2 is a move, weirdly.
This was Vitiugov in round one.
Sorry, yeah. But it seems like Jonah's quite happy just to play that kind of position of tempo down. So he's gone bishop g4. Yeah, so he's basically given up the bishop there. So I think he's effectively just wants to avoid the guy's preparation and get into a position where he feels like his greater experience will prove to be a key asset. H5, interesting move. Yeah, this feels like some kind of engine type preparation.
I mean, we saw yesterday the game between Lorenzo Fava and Brandon Clark. There was huge preparation, wasn't there? Do you remember that game? So maybe Jonah's idea is to try and avoid the deep preparation of his opponent.
Absolutely, yeah. Do you feel that too much preparation is killing chess, and you think freestyle, what you suggested, random moves at the start, is maybe the way forward?
I think so. I think they should try and come up with some way to avoid all this opening preparation, because it really ruins the game that you have to do all the preparation before the game. You just want to get in and play a game. You don't want it to be decided by who's memorized the best lines in advance of the game.
Yeah, but I think the way Jonah's playing this is very strategic. So it's a very clever move, h5. So his basic idea is to go bishop h6, because once he goes bishop h6, he exchanges the dark square bishop. Well, first you remove the bishop pair, which obviously you mentioned before is quite an important asset in chess. And that's also quite an important bishop for white in the King's Indian. So I'm even wondering if White's move here is a mistake to actually allow that, whether he should have maybe played something else like b4 or b3 and have the option of, avoiding the bishop exchange. But okay, he's played bishop e3.
But maybe bishop e3 is also losing a tempo if your opponent's going to play bishop h6 anyway. Perhaps you could try and find some other useful move to play instead of bishop e3.
So we're getting a lot of moves here, knight a4, and but I quite like black here, I must admit. I don't know if you agree with me, Nick, but it feels comfortable for black this opening. It feels like reasonable success.
Yeah, I think so. But objectively, I mean, White's definitely not worse here. So,
No, but I mean, from a practical point of view, as black, you often, like you see, like the Eggy game looks very dangerous for black, but this doesn't really look practically that dangerous for black. And he's got his own ideas of going king g7, knight h7, maybe creating some counterplay on the king's side.
yeah, they're probably both okay with this position, aren't they? I mean, Jonah, he's got out of the opening without anything bad happening, and now he can just try and play a game. He's also got a nice time advantage as well, 20 minutes on the clock.
Just check if this is some sort of theory, because apparently after this is still theory. H5. There's quite a lot of games with H5. Bishop E3 is not the most common move. The most common move is castles.
Yeah, I think bishop e3 is a slightly weak move because black wants to play bishop h6 anyway, so you're just losing a tempo.
Yeah, I think this position at the moment is roughly equal. White will go for c5 and try and create pressure on the queen side. It's quite a straightforward position. However, black has good play on the king side with king g7. So obviously a lot to play for there. I think we should look at...
How about Glenn Fleer against Stuart Conquest?
absolutely, two of the legends of British chess.
I mean, Glenn had a very good result yesterday. Actually, his wife, Christine, watches his games. You can actually see her in the background there, although she's actually watching someone else's game at the moment. She's actually quite a formidable chess player herself. I think she's 5 times French ladies champion, so a very good player herself. Have you ever had anyone watch your chess games, Danny?
Nah. In fact, I was on The Chase, which is a famous quiz show, and I think my family didn't even bother to watch it.
Oh dear.
Which kind of sums up my life, really. But yeah, it's useful to have a partner, I think, with you when you play chess, because obviously it's a stressful game, and having somebody as a kind of support mechanism is very nice.
Well, it definitely helped him yesterday, didn't it? It's quite nice for him to have someone supporting him who understands the game as well and probably understands the emotions you go through as a chess player.
Absolutely. It's interesting Michael Adams getting a double white, so he'll be black next round, so that'll be interesting. Probably need to, if he does beat Jack, he's going to get a black in the next round against someone quite tough. So that's going to be an interesting pairing.
Yeah, so Stuart's played a kind of classical Dutch here, and Glenn's almost got like a London system against the classical Dutch. So it's quite an unusual position, really. Yeah, knight a6 seems a bit of a funny move. Sometimes if I'm playing against the London system, because I have played the classical Dutch a bit myself in the past, I might not have necessarily rushed to play d6, but instead fianchetto the queenside bishop. I don't know if that was an option going back a few. So if you go back to move 4,
Sure.
I know we're going back quite a way here. Yeah, so if you just played, for example, bishop e7, and then I don't know what white plays here. Knight f3, castles, say, and then get castles. Then you can actually play b6 and just play like a queenside fianchetto. But he hasn't gone for that setup, which is normally okay against the London system. In the game, he's ended up playing with d6, which is the way you'd play against fianchetto from white. So if we go to the game, yeah. So now, I mean, white played this h4 move, which also is a little bit interesting.
Sure. Double-edged though, right?
I mean, black would love to play e5 at some point, so white needs to make sure that e5 doesn't come in. The knight on a6 is a little bit strangely placed. I mean, part of the problem black has is if he plays knight c6, he's always worried about d5. But maybe, I mean, if he played knight c6 last move, can we just look at that move?
Yeah, I don't like
because
knight
that's the
E6.
move you'd like to play, but usually you don't play that move because you're worried about d5. I was wondering if black could go e5 here. Is that playable, or is that,
No, sure.
because if you can play this way, then
That's what we're here for, too.
is that if you can play this way, it does feel like a better setup for black.
We're here to highlight missed opportunities. You spot them, I don't spot them. I just come over,
Okay.
boring anecdotes from time to time.
Go on, let's look at the pawn takes knight then. Let's see how this is going to work
Possibly
out.
critical.
So take the bishop. What's he going to play now?
Not sure. Yeah, this looks okay for black. I like your suggestion.
Yeah, actually, there's nothing. Yeah, it looks okay. So if white can't play d5, presumably the only move he's got is knight f3. Otherwise, black would just play e5 and black's better.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
To prevent e5.
To try and prevent e5.
Sure.
Now, I don't know if black can somehow threaten that move. I mean, yeah, knight g4 is an interesting one. Exploiting this move h4, which is...
Yeah, because normally you'd want to go h3 to kick away that knight would be an automatic response. Oh, thank you, Tar.
And so, yeah, now if you can try and get e5 in, black might actually be doing quite well there. And the pawn on h4 also makes it a bit tricky for white to castle as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder where they left theory, Nick, because this all looks very weird. This whole.
He sort of played the London system, but he played this h4 move, didn't he? Which I'm not sure if I'm completely convinced by h4. This all looks quite standard.
We're already in very rare territory.
Yeah, quite-
h4
quite
is a first. It's actually a novelty. It's never
Yeah.
been played.
I'm not sure if it's a little bit premature. Do you like the move h4? I'm not sure if I like h4 or knight a6.
Nah.
But these guys,
Nah.
they've got years of
I was
experience.
chatting to another senior player yesterday in the bar. Spent a lot of time in bars and pubs and stuff.
Drinking orange juice.
Yeah, yeah, topping up my sugar levels. And Keith Arkle, and he reckons that all these senior players are overrated. He said, by all means, say it on the. So even though you would look at Glenn Fleer and say actually he's underrated, and Stuart Conquest, you'd say possibly he's underrated compared to what he used to be. Because Stuart's been over 2,600. He thinks they're all overrated and they're going to come down because they don't play in open to and play that much chess. They just play seniors.
I think it depends on the position because we saw the game yesterday between Glenn and Michael Adams, and he played really, really well, I thought. Glenn played a very good game. So I
Yeah.
think in the right type of positions, they're very, very strong because they've got that phenomenal understanding.
Sure.
And you need to try and get them out of their comfort zone. I mean, Stuart does tend to like to mix things up a bit anyway. So
Yeah.
he's gone for this knight a6 move. I don't know if he's planning to play c6 or c5 or what's his
I
plan
don't
with that
like
move.
e6. I mean, I don't understand it. But then I don't really understand a lot of Stuart's moves. So Glenn's played a move, by the way. What's he played? Let's have a butchers. Okay, he's played Queen d2.
Yeah, he's really delaying knight f3, isn't he?
Yeah.
He might be afraid of knight e4 from black.
Yeah, but if you haven't got e5 as a plan, Nick, like you say, I think his plan maybe is to go c5. But what's the follow-up?
You have to be just a little bit careful of your d pawn as well. And possibly Glenn's queen d2 has the intention of casting queenside.
Absolutely, yeah, makes a lot of sense, right?
He's going to try and get a kingside attack. He's played h4 already.
Completely logical. Very logical move. Very logical move. Castle queenside. We've seen in all the books.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Well, yeah, how is black going to get the attack going from here?
I just don't understand how he's carrying on his development with the knight and a6.
Normally in the Dutch, when you put the knight on a6, you put one on c6, and then you try and play e5.
Oh,
Queen
okay.
c7.
Do you think maybe he won't do that? Maybe
But I've seen it played, but normally black's already got pawn on a5, so you can play a5, knight a6, c6. But to play knight a6 without a5, I guess the knight. I mean, if black plays c6 here instead, white would just castle after c6. Probably white's just going to castle queenside. He seems to be committed to the kingside attack, and now black really needs to try and get e5 in to get some play.
How do you attack on the king? So, but white. Now, what's your actual kingside attack coming from? If I just shuffle around as black, just slowly develop on the maybe knight c7. You know, like what's your attack?
It's true. I mean, you want to play g4. Perhaps that's why he's delaying the knight move. Maybe he wants to play f3, g4.
So let's say I went f3.
But the knight on g1 is still very bad as well.
It's black's move, right? So let's say I went and go here. So now I'm
Sure.
maybe I could even go b5, Nick, and just sack these.
Yeah, this knight on g1 is slightly problematic now. It's really stuck out of the game, isn't it?
And g4, does that even achieve that much? I mean, I'm not convinced about it. I mean, you could play that move. That's a bit weird here, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so very murky position in store in that game. Okay, we haven't looked at Matthew Wadsworth. We mentioned Harriet yesterday, and she's fighting for the women's title, or just fighting to do well in the tournament in general, and she's fighting against Matthew Wadsworth today.
Yeah, so Matthew obviously recently gained the Grandmaster title. He'd quite a solid draw in the first game, didn't he? And then he seemed to win out of the opening in the second game. So he's probably hoping to win this game just to get himself back into the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he started okay. I mean, he hasn't started great, but he started fine. 1.5, that's not a disaster.
Yeah, knight g3 is interesting because normally when you play knight e2, the idea is to play a3 and then Nimzo Indian. I mean, I don't know if you've seen this knight g3 idea before. Normally you play a3, and the idea is that if they take your knight, you can recapture with the knight.
That makes a lot more sense, right?
That's the usual plan after knight e2.
But I think d5, I think this is some sort of theory, right?
Yeah, it must be. I mean, bishop a6.
Yeah.
It's got to have the idea of playing d5.
So he's trying to avoid that with knight g3, and then she's played very aggressive. Harriet's a very aggressive player. She's gone h5. You can see her there on the cam. She's deep in full, and
It's quite an interesting move, h5. Quite committal though, because normally you'd want to castle kingside, and now it's a lot harder to castle kingside.
it's interesting they're both thinking it. Like Harriet's really zoned in there. I mean, what do you like when you play? Are you one of these players who gets up from the board a lot, or do you just sort of you really focus when your opponent's turn to move? Are you basically zoned in, or are you trying to get into their space, sort of?
Yeah, I tend to just stay focused like they are. I tend to just try and think during their time. I think if you're not concentrating during your opponent's move, you are wasting a lot of time. I mean, what do you do? Do you walk around, or do you just concentrate during your opponent's time?
I just sit there thinking about which horses I want to back.
Just nursing your losses from the previous day.
Yeah, I don't really. I think. I mean, Stuart Conquest gave some good advice in the book that I was reading. He said, when it's your opponent's turn to move, don't spend that long thinking about what move they're going to play, because you're wasting time. You don't know what move they're going to play. Think about it when. But I think nowadays people do spend a lot of time calculating in their opponent's time.
I think if you don't calculate during your opponent's time, it's slightly lazy. You need to just really use their time as much as your own time. It's not quite as efficient because you don't know what they're going to play, but you can normally narrow it down to a couple of moves.
I think we've got a result here, by the way, and I don't think it's a quick draw. I think Michael Adams has managed to win against.
Has Michael Adams won already, has he?
They've won already, so we could have a quick look at that in a minute. Possible Jack or Michael Adams might join us in the commentary room, but.
Your prediction of a quick win for Michael Adams
is it under an hour? It's just over an hour. So I presume it was Michael Adams.
Yeah, we thought Michael Adams would win that game quickly, and he seemed to have a big advantage coming out of the opening, didn't he?
By the way, this move h5, very aggressive move. I mean, I guess Bishop d3 would be a move there, Nick.
Do you want to quickly put up that game, Michael Adams game?
Yeah, sure. He's won already, yeah. So what happened was we left it around about knight d5, and obviously there was this very important move that Michael Adams played, which was f5.
Yeah, g6 was the mistake, wasn't it?
G6 was a mistake. Yeah, and Tom Villiers mentioned this knight e4 move. I think there were several good options for white. Knight e4 was the best move, and that was played by Michael Adams, unsurprisingly. Queen takes with a view of bringing the queen into h6. And then after f6, obviously that would be a terrible blunder. That was very unlikely to happen because of queen b6 check, very transparent. But f6 clearly got very big weaknesses. I mean, queen h6 is a move that I was screaming at. What would you play here, Nick?
Oh, yeah, there's a few tempting options. Did he go for queen h6, did he?
He decided just to open up the black king's side, very straightforward move. He just took.
Yeah, maybe he thought queen h6, black could play g5, whereas here, if you take and then queen h6, what can black do? Black's completely busted.
Yeah, exactly. So that would just be like game over because after, say, if you try to defend the pawn,
There's knight d6.
there's knight d6, and that's you can't even stay on the pawn now. You have to go to e7, so that's kaput. So this position, he played king g7, a little bit of desperation there. White took on h7, f5, and he queened the pawn. That's a very nice move actually. Rook takes, and then rook takes f5, and Jack decided to give up the ghost. Rook g5 is coming in, so there's no way of keeping the black king safe now.
Yes, that was quite a straightforward game.
Really was a one-move game, but I think that's the problem with Jack's approach is that he does move too quickly at times, and I think he's somebody who has been open about his autism. Very very honest, and just sometimes it triggers him into playing a little bit too quickly, as it did in this game. And obviously he's playing a great player as well, so yeah, everything was against him in this game, so that's unfortunate for Jack, but at least they get an easy, it's a very welcome for Michael Adams to get like a relative rest day, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, Jack probably would have hoped to put up a bit more of a fight, but going into the game, I mean, the lineup was quite favourable for Michael Adams. He tends to do quite well against him, and he just had a strong opening. I think sometimes they might be coming in to analyse the game shortly with a bit of luck.
Yeah, sure.
We got Jack coming in. We got Mickey coming as well.
Mm.
Yeah, I think Mickey might be coming, so we'll wait a minute and they can show us the game.
Okay.
I mean, do you want to go through it with Mickey or
It's
both
up
of
to
them?
you. It's up to you. I mean,
I'll let you go.
I think go for it with both players generally.
Okay.
I mean, you can go for it if you want, mate. Let's have a look. So what other games have we got just before we do an interview, if we do an interview? So Amit Gartzi, what's happening in that game? Bishop b7.
Yeah, so White's still a pawn down. Obviously, he's got a bit of a lead in development. The black pieces haven't developed on the king side. There's a little bit of pressure on Amit to try and regain his pawn here, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean,
You've got that lead in development, but you don't want to end up being a pawn down. So, how is he going to try and get it back? Is he going to try and play b3 at some point or a4? I mean, he'd probably take the bishop on b7.
yeah, I mean, again, I keep coming back to this opening. Right? I'm wondering when they're left open because all this doesn't look normal to me at all. Do you recognise this position?
I mean, Black's just gone all out to try and hang on to that pawn, hasn't he?
It's actually very rare, this stuff. This is a novelty. That's like 95 has never been played.
Okay.
And queen d1, rook takes d1, bishop d7. Yeah, so you could trade.
There's definitely a bit of pressure on Amit here to try and make sure he gets this pawn back. I mean, if he plays a4 at some point, how's Black going to respond? Probably play a4 because I mean you could take the bishop first.
Okay, so
Okay, let's take the bishop first and play a4.
Trade and go a4, yeah. So I think your point is that if I go b4, you want to go knight d2 and hit the pawn maybe, or hit the pawn somehow. Or
Actually,
maybe develop first and then hit the pawn.
Yeah, you
Bishop
probably
e3
can win
maybe.
that pawn. Actually, this might allow c6 from Black.
Right.
Although you can still win the a pawn, couldn't you, if you take on b5 and play bishop e3?
Yeah. I know what you mean, though. I mean, I'm a little bit concerned about Taran's lack of development on the king, even with the queens off. The fact that white is so active here. I don't think Ami's actually going to be too concerned. I think he thinks that
Yeah, maybe he'll just play a4 now.
a4 looks very natural.
But with the rook on b8, black can take on g2 and play a6 potentially, because with the rook on b7, you wouldn't be able to play that move.
So what you're saying is basically if I trade immediately and go a4, a6 is like just to show that, because you can do it, it's just not very good. Because this is obviously a bit of a horror show for white.
For black.
black,
I mean,
sorry.
bishop e3
Bishop
now,
E3
just
looks-
win straight away. Yeah, there's lots of wins here. Yeah, rook d8 would win as well.
Yeah, so
So you couldn't play this way if the rook was on b7. You'd have to maybe play c6 instead. Actually, I mean, it does feel that white can win his pawn back quite easily, and black just needs to make sure that he catches up in development whilst white's winning the pawn back.
yeah, I mean, I feel like Taryn's put himself under a lot of pressure with this approach, because maybe this is Pert, but yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Because you're going to have to play very accurately now as black. He has
Yeah.
played a move, so let's see what he's played.
Did he go for a4? Oh, we've got Michael Adams here. Do
Yeah.
you want to go through the game with?
You can do, or
Yeah.
you can if you want. It's up to you, mate.
I'll let you do it if you like.
Okay, I'll do it. Right, we've got.
So, are you happy to come up, Mickey? Have a look through your game.
Yeah, sure. With Jack. Do you want to join us as well, Jack? Sure.
Do both at the
Okay, yeah. Welcome back, everybody. We're joined here by Michael Adams and Jack Rudd. Who just played in round. I've forgotten the round now. Is it round 3, right? And Michael had
Feels like a long time already.
exactly, yeah.
We played round 3 last year as well.
Oh, okay. Right. So this was a Najdorf, and it's actually quite a popular variation. I think I've seen you play this before, Mickey, with Bishop D3. What do you think about this variation? Do you think it's quite a dangerous one for black to meet?
I don't know. I didn't really expect that, but I just decided to play Bishop D3. I didn't really think about it too much. It's something I played a few times, so I had some experience. I think I saw that Jack didn't have any previous games, so I thought, okay, leads to kind of interesting positions. I thought, okay, it's reasonable choice.
And what happens if black just plays like a Dragendorf, like Simon Williams often plays this G6 kind
Yeah,
of
well,
stuff?
if you're a Dragdor fan, you'll be kind of happy once committed to Bishop D3, but the computer doesn't see this as necessarily being such a bad thing.
Yeah, I think I had a game against. Sorry, Karen.
Just because it doesn't like A6 very much, but yeah, I mean, of course, it's lots of moves here. I mean, E6, G6, Knight C6, Knight BD7. I mean,
Sure,
Black always
sure.
has lots of options. I mean, it's not,
Yeah, I think I had a game against Jonah Willow, who's also playing this tournament last year, Northumberland Masters, where I think I went E6 and I got a bad position at the opening. So it's actually got a little bit of bite to it. But Jack played the main line, which is E5.
yeah, I mean, this used to be sort of completely harmless, this kind of right? But no, okay, then it became a bit more theoretical.
So the idea of that move is potentially to induce this kind of weakening move, maybe out of black, with G6 and then.
I think I was probably a bit too scared of knight f5.
So what about Bishop E6? I think the computer actually likes Bishop E6 here. I remember in
Yeah,
a.
it's like that.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's just lots of moves. Bishop E6, D6, Knight C6, B5. I think they're just all. Yeah, Knight D5 is normal. And sometimes, well, black can take with the bishop, or you can also take with the knight and put the bishop back to C8.
Right. And what's the general plan for white? Is it just to push on the king side eventually?
Well, okay, I have to. I mean, black is kind of threatening f5. Black goes f5. I think.
Yeah.
So it's very important for white to prevent f5 and to sort of try and get play to play knight f5 at a good moment.
Sure.
But at
Okay.
the moment f5. I mean, if I play c4 f5, I think black is just fine already.
Right.
because,
Absolutely.
f4, he can go e4, and the bishop comes to f6. Looks.
The knight doesn't look great on
Yeah,
G3.
no, I need to keep the options for knight on g3. I mean, knight f5 looks a bit too. Here, I guess you can just take and play g6, knight d7. Looks too
It's a bit flat, isn't it?
too premature. The bishop, like I suppose, bishop doesn't look that great anymore.
Maybe
Bishop
bishop,
g5,
yeah,
maybe.
absolutely,
So
yeah.
it's kind of. I mean, black's development is not so simple now. That's kind of the problem. Yeah, but it's okay. It's another.
So a lot of options here, but Jack went for knight c7.
I
Will
mean,
you?
actually, kind of transposed into
We
that
have
line.
transposed,
Yeah, we
yes.
transpose, so we can get it different ways.
Yeah.
So were you still in your preparation, Jack, at this point?
No.
Okay, so you were kind of.
I went out to my
I
preparation.
mean,
on
bishop
E3,
bishop
actually.
e6 maybe is also.
Yeah.
So I thought that he was a bishop b5 player.
But maybe you go with knight d7, maybe at some point.
No,
That
d7, no, d7 is possible.
makes some sense with bishop g5, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think computing white has a very small advantage, but obviously black has a very, very decent position, and it's, maybe it's
Yeah.
a safer way to play, maybe. I mean, obviously, takes on d5 is critical in the game, but it does mean some development issues.
Because we were mentioning that this is a little bit like the Sheznikov line, where you end up with a knight on b8. I think Magnus Carlsen has obviously played that quite a lot, and
Yeah.
but it may be a good version for white because I think normally black also throws in this with a5 and Sheznikov. But anyway, so
f4 no d7, I think was a sensible move.
Yes.
c4. Well, I want to give the bishop a bit of room with knight c5. I can play bishop
Yeah.
c2.
Yeah.
so
But
what?
I
Sorry.
don't check this here actually, but I was thinking about b5 during the game. I
Yeah.
think also I kind of checked this with the computer, but I don't remember exactly what it was supposed to do. I thought this was quite a critical move.
So you were still in your preparation, Mickey.
Well, preparation exists that I can't remember.
Yeah. I mean, could you just go b3 here and just ignore
Yeah,
this?
Yes. I
B3
was
is-
expecting
B3
b3
is
if
possible.
I did that.
Yeah.
I was thinking then maybe to take on c4, knight c5. I don't know in particular.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this. I was thinking maybe bishop e3, but I thought this was a possible way for black to play. At least the knight is
Yeah.
cemented now, so
Yeah.
looks kind of secure. I mean, I thought I could also maybe take on b5
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then play king h1, because then b5 is hanging. I gain a bit of time. So I'm sure b4, maybe bishop d2 might
Yeah.
attack the pawn again. I'm not sure b4's black has some moves.
Yeah, sure.
But maybe then some knight f5 might be
Yes.
some moment. I don't know. I was also thinking about this. Takes bishop,
Yes.
bishop takes f4.
And you still
I
this
was a
pawn is
bit-
hanging, right?
Worried
I still-
about knight f5, maybe too worried.
I also had the feeling that the computer likes sometimes queen c2 in some positions. I don't
Yeah.
know. No, sorry, no.
Oh, right.
No, instead of king h1, maybe.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was wondering the
Sorry,
knight.
no.
I mean, yeah, instead of.
Here I would take
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
queen c2,
Queen
just
C2.
because in general this g6 f5 is nearly always
Right,
dangerous for black.
yeah.
But h6 is also maybe the move that you love. Knight f6. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sometimes I knew that this was an
It's-
idea for what to say.
Yeah. Yes.
Because I think at the end you did say that G6 was quite a serious mistake.
Yeah.
No, g6 f5 I really don't like, because obviously I can't play f5 before g6, but once g6 happens, then or at least before g6 it's not really as strong. But now it looks very difficult because bishop h6 is a threat. Also, this is the big problem.
Yeah.
I gain a lot of time.
So I think superficially it looks quite safe for black, but the problem is this knight coming into e4 is always going to create other
Yeah.
attacking ideas.
It's just very concrete because then like knight c5, bishop h6. I mean, I think bishop h3 is rook e8. I mean, I was wondering already whether taking on g6 might just, queen f3 might just be,
Yeah,
Big.
just very,
might
very
just be
brutal,
a very
right?
big problem immediately. With f5, I'm just probably going to
Just-
take it. And
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it
take
could-
with the
it
knight
might-
or take with the
or
bishop.
the bishop. I don't know.
Yeah,
but,
yeah,
I
it
mean, it
looks
might just
really,
win
yeah.
immediately.
It looks
I
very,
didn't
very scary,
Get the
right?
details, but it looked. So then it becomes a bit of
Yeah.
a problem if such a natural move is so
Yes.
bad. It's difficult then to play normally.
Because this queen is just coming across and it's
Yeah.
just game over. So, yeah, very natural attacking moves for white, I
I
would
mean,
say.
maybe knight f6 is possible, I guess, but that already looks not the right square for the
No.
knight.
And
And
you
again,
look
I'll
at
have,
bishop h6, queen rook e8, queen f3, and I'm thinking
yeah, again,
none of
this
my
is
pieces are ever moving again.
this. Yeah,
But
that's,
also, yeah, like how you even do anything
Yeah.
here, right? You don't really have any threats now as black, do you?
Yeah,
Unless you
this-
go h5, knight g4,
no, it's
then,
true. This
then
queen
that's,
f3 because I was thinking
Yeah.
queen c2, knight g4, but queen f3 is even stronger.
yeah, so maybe queen f3 straight
No,
away,
bishop
or
h6
bishop
first,
h6,
I
like,
should play.
maybe you give up the exchange,
Maybe I do.
like,
Yes.
but how?
Well, you could go like queen b6 and bishop d7 if you want to give up the exchange, but okay, it's not as
Possibly even queen b2, but
well, maybe queen b2, then you have to take with the king,
yeah.
which is not. But yeah, maybe you could try and take. Yeah, I mean, you can try things like this. But of course, it's not really. You know, you're looking for some.
Maybe the computer would just not even take, it would just put some pressure on that knight,
There
maybe.
might be other.
Or queen c2, actually, and then,
c2 could be. Yeah.
yeah, and then
No,
knight g4, then maybe.
No, I mean, I thought actually bishop g5. I wasn't sure it was so bad, but okay, I was thinking a bit after bishop g5 in the game. No, in,
Oh, so yeah,
like
yeah,
playing
yeah,
the
yeah,
game,
bishop g5, yeah, yeah.
But I thought the idea after knight e4 is to go bishop f4.
Yeah. Well, bishop f4 just didn't occur.
I think other moves were also strong for
Yeah, of course, I have other
Right,
options,
yeah,
but
yeah.
knight e4. Then I thought bishop
Let's go
f4.
g3. Oh.
G3, gf5, I thought you can try.
Show that. Obviously, white's
Okay,
never
I mean,
taken here because of this
Yeah,
check, yeah.
I mean, okay, it's certainly dangerous, but at least it's not. Because fe4, I'm not sure. It's the
Maybe
same
f5,
thing.
Mickey.
f5 or also knight
Might
f6.
take on f5, play f5.
Oh, okay, with the idea of very clever tactic that Jack
Even-
spotted.
But also you have maybe king h8 with j. I mean, it's not.
Yeah,
This is-
yeah.
this is a
The
bit-
white king
This
is
is the
suddenly
bit
a
with
little
queen
bit.
h4. You know, you have some,
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
moves that look. You know, I don't think g3 is best, but I mean, I wasn't
Okay.
completely sure what was best after bishop f4. But I have a lot of options, of course.
Yes.
Because also Jack's a very dangerous attacking player himself. Like if you give him even just a little squeak, he can, you know. But yeah, g3. So instead of g3, what were you thinking, here, Mickey?
Well, I was
Maybe just
thinking
take.
queen g4 is one option I was thinking about. Well, then I couldn't actually work out how to win after h5. But on the other hand, it didn't exactly. Well, queen f3, I was wondering about gf5. But okay, this didn't inspire a lot of confidence. But on the other hand, I
Well, it
wasn't.
does.
Well, yeah, because fe4, now you have knight f6 at the end. Yeah?
Yes. But you could go.
But I have lots of other ways to do it. Yeah, I
but
mean,
you
I had the
could go
feeling
rook
some.
f4 here.
Rook f4 or bishop f4 maybe is another option.
Yeah.
Rook f4.
Okay, but you don't know you might take. I mean, it's
There's no actual
I have
killer
a lot
blow,
of
right?
stuff down there.
Yes.
Yeah, take, check. Sorry, check on g5, but then king h8. What's the killer blow?
Yeah, I don't know.
There's always some queen b6. Maybe. It's not.
Yeah,
I mean, I thought something like this. At least it's at least was going to have to work out some kind of. And queen g4, you can do some other things as well. There might be a way to get instead of h5, maybe also.
maybe queen h3 as well. Right?
Queen
Even though you're
Yeah,
kind of
but
running
then I
into
thought
this
knight f6.
diagonal, the
Then
bishop.
my queen is
Yeah, the
pinned, so
bishop. Yeah.
that's not so convincing.
I mean, after bishop f4.
I mean, I can also take and take with the rook. I mean, that's.
Yeah.
I thought then knight e5. I mean, at least it's not going to be checkmate anymore.
No.
Okay,
if
my
f6
queen isn't getting to h, and then bishop f5 maybe.
Bishop f5, right.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe I can take this and go queen
Take,
h5,
yeah.
but is it actually mate? Maybe it just is mate.
looks like mate to me.
Yeah.
So you take on e4. The idea is queen
Just queen
h6.
h6 is probably.
And you have to. Well, you go queen h6, queen f6 there, right? It's not the end of the world.
Well,
It doesn't look very good.
It's not good either, is it? But yeah.
It might be playable if the deep one wasn't dropping.
Yeah. No, okay, it's not. Perhaps bishop f5 was not. Maybe this is just no good. Yeah, maybe I just take this.
Yes.
Yeah, the bishop f4 is an interesting resource. And instead of that, what did you play, Jack?
The problem is queen c1 is just
Yes.
horrible because queen h6. Well, I thought queen,
Yeah.
The
Two
trouble is,
natural.
like,
queen h4 maybe is the only move. But, I mean,
We thought that in the commentary. We looked at Nick mentioned queen h4.
but I think
Yeah.
even g3 is tricky.
yes. I mean, the problem is my queen needs to be on both sides of the board at the same time.
Yeah,
Because I think queen probably just gets chased away.
queen h3.
Queen h3 and then
Well,
even f6.
or knight takes d6. You can just win a pawn. If I,
Yeah, but I was thinking f6
Yes, that
might
is-
just win the game.
and then f6 might
Yeah,
be good,
yeah.
yes.
Because f6, I think I can just go knight f2, bishop e2. Well, I don't know what you play.
Yeah. Also, maybe rook f2 is maybe bishop f1
Maybe.
sometimes.
Yeah, I thought the queen would maybe just get chased away, and I would end up going queen h6, knight g5.
Just in general, you've got a massive strategic advantage here with a pawn on f6, I guess.
Yeah.
So, okay, so that didn't happen. Maybe it was a slightly better. I think the computer was already saying this is very bad for black.
I think it's
Yeah, to take, and then that's really the end of the
Yes,
game.
it's only dawned on me after I played f takes g6 that, of course, I can't play h takes g6, but it just goes queen h6.
yeah, maybe you can go rook f7 then, I thought. Okay, well, there's moves knight g5 maybe, but I thought maybe that's. Can you go rook f7? We can see that.
Sorry.
Oh,
Well,
In what position? Sorry?
well after fg6, hg6, queen h6, rook f7.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was.
Yeah, because we said queen e8 was running to knight d6
yes.
amongst other
Because rook
moves.
f7, if I go queen g6, rook g7.
I just play knight f6.
Yeah, but then
on
knight
side.
f6, queen f6, then you have bishop h3 at the end at least. So at least I have to.
We
go
just
queen
show
e8,
that. We show that.
because I thought at least then the game sort of continues. Well, take with the knight probably, but it's now queen e8,
Sorry.
Yes.
Knight f6.
queen f6,
Queen f6,
and then
yeah.
bishop h3. No, bishop h3.
Oh, bishop h3 immediately. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Because at least then I have to take on d8 and go rook f2. At least, okay, black is. Okay, he's 2 pawns down, but he's sort of alive. But, I mean, there are probably better moves. After rook f7, knight g5, I might just win. I wasn't sure. Well, it doesn't have to take on g6 immediately. There's not much going on.
I mean, maybe.
I was quite tempted by knight g5.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yes, so I can't go with g7, which is quite.
Rook g7, I'm queen g7. Yeah.
Yes.
So just show that very nice tactic. Queen g7, winning a whole rook.
Yeah.
And then probably forcing resignation. So
Because there's a funny variation actually after knight g5. If he goes knight f8,
yeah.
then I can get queen h8.
Oh
You
yeah.
get the same.
Petrosian style. Yeah, Petrosian
So you
Spassky.
get the same. So I think that I thought knight g5, because even queen b6, I don't think it helps, because then king h1, and then knight g5, I have queen g6, queen e8, so the king can't run. So I think it's
Just over. Very nice
So, I mean,
variations, actually.
okay,
I
if
think
that doesn't save, then yeah.
I think the main idea is queen h7.
Yeah, because
right?
rook f7, queen b6, then rook f2. So. Well, I think bishop g6 also after.
Also bishop g6, maybe just forced mate, right?
And that's just mate, right?
Yeah.
So really,
So
the game,
I think there isn't any.
so this is more or less a resignation move, and then
Well, okay, h8 is if I didn't have h8, then maybe
Yeah.
black could
could carry on a little
But,
bit, yeah.
because other moves on it. But yeah, that's.
But now rook g5 is coming, and that's really the end of the game because black king's too expensive. The word has been material up.
Yes.
Yeah, or even queen g5 because it's just
Yeah.
no development. So.
So when you guys have had a quick game like that, Nikki, what do you normally do for the rest of the day once you've like won a game quickly? What's your plan for the rest of the day? Just going to prepare for potential future opponents, or just chill for the rest of the day?
I don't know. can't remember the last time I won a game quickly, so it's a new experience for me.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
I don't think there are too many potential opponents at 2.5 out of 3 for
Yeah.
preference.
Yeah.
No, I think I can rule out your suggestion. That's it. I'll go. No, I don't know. Maybe I'll go for a bit of a walk around Liverpool or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's quite a nice city,
I
right?
haven't. Yeah. I think I might just go for a bit of a look around.
Well, brilliant, guys. Thanks so much for coming in. It's really helps if like the top players like you guys come in and help show off your game and show that some of the variations. It's like it's really impressive. And yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, welcome back, everybody. It was really impressive variations shown by Michael Adams and Jack Rudd. I mean, Michael Adams is still just as good as he ever was. I mean, judging by that, I was really blown away. What did you think, Nick?
Yeah, he seemed to have quite a deep knowledge of the position. I mean, he was suggesting that move b5, and I think he probably had studied those positions already because I noticed he said about the engine liking some queen c2 move at some point. So he seemed to be quite familiar with the concept of g6 being a mistake because of f5, and then obviously he punished it pretty ruthlessly after that. So yeah, obviously still incredibly strong player, and
Sure.
yeah, he'll definitely be a factor in the tournament as we progress. Anyway, how do you think this game's going now between Nikita and Rajat Makar?
Well, I mean, I thought he was a piece down, Rajat, but he's got a bishop on a7. His king is very open. Knight f3 is threatening moves like knight takes g5.
Yeah, it's interesting just to mention if White had played bishop d6 last move, maybe we can just go to that move, bishop d6, which is quite a natural looking move. It looks like it wins an exchange because the queen and rook are lined up. Black can actually escape by playing queen f6,
Queen f6. Yeah.
and then you won't lose an exchange. So presumably that was the reason why he didn't go for that move.
Very clever move. Yeah. So he's gone for knight f3, Nick, and maybe inviting a potential exchange sack, but I'm pretty sure that Black wouldn't get quite enough compensation because I don't really see a follow-up.
Yeah, I feel like Black wants to try and target the f2 pawn. If Black plays g4 now, which is quite an ambitious move, White is probably intending knight d4, knight g5, probably
Well, he
knight
did even
d4.
take the pawn there, Nick, yeah,
Maybe,
because e6 is
Maybe.
hanging. He's played a move, I think.
but you could take on f2. That's a bit messy, that line.
Let's
But
see
you
what
probably
he's
can play
played.
it.
Has he played a move?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to quite work out for
He's gone
Black.
queen f6.
There's queen f6 anyway.
So Black is a pawn down, but he was a pawn down from early in the game. So this is not an unsurprising development for him. However, White can now win another pawn with queen g5, I guess.
Yeah.
So what happens there, Nick? I think his idea is that bishop c4 is an important move. The attacking the rook, sorry. So I can't even get the diagonals wrong, right? How do you get off the orange? I'm a bit sick of that orange arrow. But I can't remember.
Or you want a different colour, or you just don't like the arrow in general?
Oh, yeah, that's better. I know, it's still orange. It don't matter. You know, let's... Okay, anyway, so it's hitting the rook. If you move the rook, then f2's hanging. That would justify black's play. So maybe there's a better move than queen takes g5.
Yeah, I mean, it feels as though white is almost about to win a second pawn here.
Sure. I mean, you could legitimately. I mean, one option maybe is just to take and then play knight d4 or bishop e5, and then let's say if you decide to stay on the g pawn, which gives up a lot of your f-file pressure, then I can maybe consider bishop d4 or knight d4.
Yeah, probably bishop d4. Try and trade off the dark square bishops.
Yeah, it feels better.
So there's a clear
Feels better
pawn,
for white. I
clear
think
pawn for white.
it looks like Yugov's pawn up. He's heading towards victory. It's so easy. These guys make it look so easy. Mickey Adams wins in 20 moves. Yugov just wins a pawn, wins the game. It's like they're doing simmels, right? Or is that being a little bit?
I mean, well, I think Jack played quite quickly, and this game's not completely over yet. So
Yeah, I think Jack was a little bit too quick in that game. What about Amit Gartzi? Big developments in this game.
he's played this a4 move we were talking about. Bishop takes g2, king takes g2, and now Taran has to be quite careful because he hasn't developed any pieces on the king side at all.
Sure.
I mean, a6 is a natural move here for black,
Let's put that on the board here. A6.
and
This is a suggestion.
if white then captures on b5,
Sure.
could consider rook a7, do you think, or some other way of trying to invade on the queen side? And black's still a little bit behind in development. Black might be able to just sacrifice that c7 pawn, move like knight e7, just try to get his pieces developed.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nick.
Can you go knight c3?
Knight
Be
c3.
ambitious.
If knight c6 is rook takes c7, but
Yeah.
then knight takes e5 is potentially a move.
Yeah, you can almost take on b5 here, or there might be some other kind of tactical move.
Or
Maybe bishop
f4.
yeah, bishop f4. Bishop
but
f4 looks
I can
dangerous.
play f6. It's not resign time yet.
It feels very dangerous, this position. Feels like white could have some sort of killer blow.
Maybe knight g6 is also an option, but knight g6 as rook takes f7 as one. I'm not totally convinced about that. I feel like I should have something strong.
You want to keep the pressure, don't you?
Yeah, I want to keep the pressure on the. Maybe this rook a7 is, and just let you take this, and then I'm gonna try and double. But
But why did you play rook a7?
oh, I thought you were attacking my rook.
Seeing goes.
I'm struggling there.
Maybe if you want to double, you can just play rook d7 now.
Ah, yeah, yeah. Maybe I've been here too long. But yeah. So what is the position? So, by the way, Taran has his own YouTube channel. I think it's called ATC Chess. So he does recaps on the game. So he might do a recap of this game afterwards. So look out for that on YouTube.
Maybe b4 is a stronger move here because opening the a file does allow white to attack you a bit more dangerously. So I think b4 from black makes more sense.
Absolutely.
You just got to accept that you're not going to be a pawn up. You're going to lose the pawn, but you need to try and just get your pieces developed.
But knight d2, not loving this for black.
Yeah, no, I don't love it for black either. I'm just trying to
No,
survive.
absolutely, I agree with you. It's very rare that I don't agree with you, actually, as you are aware.
Well, should we go c3 with that delay things a little bit?
Can I castle? I can't castle. If it was freestyle chess, you could probably castle, even though rook's on b8. But rook d8 might be a
You
move
could
as
play
well,
rook d8.
because actually that's kind of annoying for white. Because now you have to move the rook if you want to. Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yes, what time do they publish the parents tomorrow?
What time do they publish the parents for tomorrow?
It's normally 9 o'clock.
Well, it won't be now. It won't be now. I normally about 9 p.m. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would suggest to only publish the parents in the morning, and people can't go with access without the playing.
Well, yeah. So somebody in the audience has had an interesting suggestion. Was it Andrew?
Yes.
Andrew Costa, right?
The Santos.
Dos Santos, sorry. Are you South American descent?
My father was born in Gormally, but his father was Portuguese ago.
Oh, your father was born in Borneo?
Burma.
Oh, Burma.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Which is now called Myanmar, right?
Yes. Not
But your question was, why don't they publish? Yeah, that's an interesting point. Why don't they publish the parents in the morning? I think people do like to prepare, though. I mean, I'm not against that in general. There is another place for people who hate preparations called freestyle chess. And we're getting a lot of that recently. But anyway,
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you can normally work out who you're playing as well with the Swiss system. People, or some people are better at working it out than others.
you could just do random pairings, couldn't you? So you could like have somebody on 3 out of 3 and they're playing somebody on 0. Yeah. That might not go down very well.
I actually have another idea with the pairing system, which would make it a bit fairer. I think
You've got a lot of ideas up.
I think your opponent should be decided based on how tough your previous opponents have been. So if you've played against a strong field, you should get an easier player than if you played against an easy field, because sometimes it feels quite unfair when you get to the last round and one player's played all the top players and one player's had a much easier field, and the player that's played all the top players gets another tough pairing and the other player gets another easier pairing. So I actually think it would be quite good to I mean, they've got all the computer programs these days to basically take into consideration the strength of your opposition up to that point.
Yeah.
But people tend to stick with the Swiss system because it's well known and straightforward.
Absolutely.
On the draw, normal Swiss draw, with it being separated.
No, it's just been a normal Swiss draw. There hasn't been any acceleration.
I was surprised when I saw.
Yeah, Michael's played Glenn Fleer. That was quite a hard pairing for Michael Adams, but the way it works is if you're just in the bottom half of the pairing, so Glenn Fleer was just in the bottom half of the pairing, as he had to play one of the top players. And again, it's a little bit controversial because the player who's, say, number 1 seed will always play a harder player than the player who's number 2 seed, because naturally they'll always play someone slightly higher rated in every single round, other than when they play each other. So is it a completely fair system? I don't personally think it is, but it's the system which everyone's used for many years, so we tend to stick with it.
I mean, Daniel's mentioned a good point, but if there's, let's say, 6 people on 3, for example, why don't we announce, I mean, normally they do it in rating or don't they? But why don't they just stick with the 3 people and actually have a random draw against possibly black and white, you know, or everyone on 3 people?
Yeah. I mean, we can go on a lot about the pairings, but I think we have already. Maybe we could do a pairings podcast. Right?
Yeah, we'll do that
Yeah,
another
we do a
time.
pairings podcast every evening. A live pairings party.
We'll wait for the parents to come out and say what they should have been.
But I don't think it really matters what the pairing is as long as you play well.
What do you think of this position then? So they're equal on material. I think Williams just tried to keep it solid in this game, hasn't
Yeah, I think he's probably going to get a draw. I'm not necessarily sure he's going to win the game, but I think there's a good chance he'll get a draw. Although, of course, there's still a lot of play left. King E1. I mean, one move that strikes me, you'd like to centralise your king. White does have the bishop pair, but on the other hand, the king on E1 up against the king on F6. The black king is slightly more active. King E5 appeals to me as a potential move.
And if White just carries on with King F2, for example.
Well, now can I hit the bishop? Or is that a silly move?
Maybe.
I'm not sure what the follow-up is, though, if you just drop the bishop back. Like how do I continue the pressure? I mean, objectively, in the long term, White is better because of the bishop pair. And White could end up, black could overstretch here.
You have to be a bit careful with black, don't you? Because if you take on G4, that's a bit of a concession.
Yeah.
If you play
Just
pawn
to
to
show
G4.
that. Did you take back the H? I guess you take back the H.
Probably the H pawn,
And now this is weak.
Yeah.
And how do you actually, it's not even obvious how you defend it because this is an immediate blunder at knight F6 because of the move bishop C3. with a skewer, the old skewer. Are you fond of kebab, Nick?
I think in my student days I used to have kebabs, but I don't tend to eat them now.
I must admit, that's my favourite meal, is a doner kebab,
What sauce?
No, I don't have the sauce. I hate the sauce. I always have like ketchup with it. But that's Luke Littler. You know Luke Littler, the darts player. That's his favourite meal, is a doner
So it
kebab.
makes you good at darts then.
Yeah.
Eating doner kebabs.
I'm not very good at darts. Bit better at chess than I am at darts, fortunately. Otherwise, I'll really be in trouble. But in this position, yeah, I prefer white, but I think probably draw is favourite. What would you say?
Yeah, it's the same. I think it's one of those funny ones where black is probably slightly worse, but trying to win.
Yeah, yeah. Fernandez will just try and win every position. I mean, him and there's a few other younger players in the tournament who are very aggressive. I mean, Brandon's another one who generally just goes for it every game. Marcus Harvey is another one who will just go all in. They'll roll the dice, whereas a lot of the older players are potentially... Stephanie Gelder says, Danny looks bored talking about the Swiss system. Yeah, maybe. I get bored easily, you know. Maybe I need to be a bit more patient. Okay, let's carry on. Let's see what's happening in the Shreyas Royal game. It feels like Shreyas Royal. We've seen a lot of this aggression on the King's side with people pushing their G-pawns. Not sure I'm really a fan of this policy. I mean, I know computers actually love pushing their pawns in front of the king, but after rook e2, white is maybe developing an initiative with a move c4 at some point, bring the bishop to b2.
Yeah, I slightly prefer white's position here. I think white's got better development, and the black king could become a bit weaker. Yeah, like you say, if white can open that dark square diagonal to the black king, that could be quite dangerous. With c4, bishop b2, and then d5 coming.
Absolutely, and rook e2, I think is the famous what Nakamura calls the stack. You know, he's got
Double stack. Is it double stack?
I think he just calls it a stack. A
Okay.
stack, right? Well, maybe there's a double stack as
Or
well. No,
triple
triple
stack.
stack with a queen, right? A double stack, yeah. But there's also the wooden shield, like the pawn is the wooden shield, right? Is that right?
Yeah, and there's the juicer.
The juicer.
But I never quite knew what the juicer was.
Funny enough, I think it's all made up for Twitch. I don't think people
Yeah.
ever use these terms in real games. It's just to try and popularise chess.
You still watch it though.
Well, Nakamura is a phenomenal player. I mean, you know, you learn a lot from Nakamura's streams. He's a great player. As you know, Michael Adams is one of the greatest. One of the exciting things about playing chess, I would say, is the chance to take on these kind of players like Michael Adams and test yourself and test your chess. What's your score like against Mickey?
Not too bad. I think I've drawn about 5 times with him. I've lost once or twice online games, or I think I lost the British 2023, but I've drawn quite a few games with him.
In Leicester, yeah.
I've never beaten him. I think I've had at least 4 draws. What about yourself?
Yeah, it's not great. I think we had this debate earlier in the tournament, didn't we? Pretty much every British player has a negative record against Michael Adams.
Yeah, I mean, that's very impressive, isn't it, to be positive against basically all of the top British players.
Even Nigel Shaw. Nigel Shaw would have played Mickey a lot back in the day.
Mark Kepton told me he beat Mickey 3 times in a row at one stage, which is quite impressive.
That's right. Yeah, he's one of the people with a good record against Mickey.
But he's still negative.
Relative, still negative. But yeah, coming back to this game, this looks very good for Shreyas. So we're thinking maybe a Shreyas win, which would be, put him in as a live contender on 3 out of 3, very much so.
But I noticed that Alex was taking his time over the move, so that's quite encouraging. So maybe he's slowed down a bit. But Shreyas is just a very strong player.
So this has also developed quite a lot. So we left it around about knight a4 with the idea, clearly knight a4 was played with the intention of playing c5. However, king g7 was a good move, c5, knight h7. That's what I suggested earlier, Nick, that knight would go there with the idea of maybe creating counter on the king's side with knight g5. I like the way Jonah is playing this game, I really do. Knight f8, I'm not sure about the way, white just played there, because knight e6, knight d4, now you're going to have to worry about both knights getting very active.
I mean, the problem for white is the slight square bishop could end up being a little bit passive. And both of the knights are coming into the game. Would you have gone for the queen trade, or would you have kept the queens on?
That's a shocker of a move. Shocker of a move. But that shows a confident player. That shows a confident player. Queen G5.
Or maybe he's just playing it safe.
Yeah, I must admit I'm surprised about that. You keep mentioning about putting your pieces close to your opponent's king. But maybe he's not certain about the middle game. What about knight e6? Was that a move?
Now, I feel like black might have some attacking potential. Once you bring the knights in, the queen comes to f6, pawn h4. He might be able to do something.
I'm very surprised by Queen G5. Really surprised because knight d4 just looks so natural, and like you say, later on, knight g5. Not sure though how you develop the attack. Maybe that's Jonah's thinking, but how does white play now? Like, how would white play? I'm also worried about knight d4 as creating a bit of pressure. Although you can meet knight d4 with f4.
I think you need to get the knight into the game, the knight on a4.
Well, anyway, he's played Queen G5. That's what he's played. So that's what we've got. We've got to deal with what we have rather than let's worry too much about. So I think his reasoning is that now F3 becomes difficult to defend. So what do you do about E4, I should say?
Yeah, but you probably have to play knight c3.
Yeah, or maybe F3, but knight c3 looks also heading for D5.
I think white probably going to put the bishop on c4. And if he'd like to actually exchange the bishop off on the knights, those knights could be they could be quite strong.
You know what? I think this is another time for computer evaluation because
It's probably equal. What do you think?
no, but what I meant was when he went Queen G5, was that the top engine move? Because I can't believe that can be the best move.
Okay, it might. I mean,
I'm shocked.
Even
by
if
that
it
move.
was, I still wouldn't play it.
I wouldn't play it. No. It's surely a knight E6. If Queen G5 is the best engine move, I will bow down and call Jonah master. It's not. Oh, it's second best
it's
though.
close.
Wow.
I still wouldn't play it though.
It actually says white's better here. I'm really shocked by that evaluation.
From a practical point of view, you take black though, wouldn't you? I mean, if you're playing this game without a computer, it is barely better for white. It's a point 0.3, maybe better for white, but I would definitely rather play black.
Absolutely, he's got all the attacking chances on the king side. White, sometimes a computer gives you evaluation based on perfect play, but humans don't play like perfectly.
I mean, I noticed the computers, they like the quite far advanced pawns, don't they? So that pawn on c6, it probably rates that quite highly.
Right. Yeah, I was wondering why I was giving white an advantage. That's a very good point. I didn't know that. What you said, you seem to know a lot about computer play. You mentioned yesterday that they love king safety as well.
Yeah.
Do you spend a lot of time analysing with engines, or do you just know how have you learned this?
I would only analyze opening positions, maybe early middle game with an engine.
Right.
I might go over my own games with an engine. I don't tend to study like games in general with engines. I tend to find it's better to try and study them yourself.
And do you spend any time playing against engines?
Not really. Do you?
Oh, I saw all I do all day is playing against engines.
It's quite depressing.
Yeah.
Just lose
I
every
just
game.
get smashed to pieces, right? And actually, I played a number of games on YouTube where I played against Leela, which is Matthew Sadler was also know about this as well, where it gives piece odds. And
How did you fare against Leela?
well, when you play a piece up against it, you get crushed. But these are in blitz games mainly. There was actually a famous match recently where Joel Benjamin's American Grandmaster played a classical match against it, a piece up, and he lost. And the way that Leela is programmed to have this contempt value, where it doesn't go for exchanges, it keeps the game going, because it expects you, weak human, to blunder at some point. There's even, you can play a rook up, and I'm down like even a rook up, when I played it at blitz. I have won against it with queen odds as well. I've won against it with rook odds. I've never won against it with piece odds in blitz. I've won against it piece odds with rapid.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite impressive that he can be strong enough to beat you with a rook handicap.
Well, even Nakamura played it at the queen odds, 1 minute dead with no increment, and I think the match was 50-50.
Okay.
Queen odds. It's scary that it can give super grandmasters queen odds. So computers now are ridiculously strong. They're playing a different game to us. We're not playing the same game as them anymore. They've got so strong now, it's just on a different level. So let's not talk about that. Somebody in the YouTube mentioned Bod Hannah's game. Let's go to Bod Hannah, who's one of the stars of British chess.
Yeah, maybe we can check out some of the other people we haven't looked at yet. Obviously, Richard
Yeah.
or Simon,
Yeah, definitely.
Badhana, yeah,
Mark Hebden, by the way.
Hebden.
Mark
Mark
Hebden.
Hebden's better against
Let's have a look at Mark Hebden's
Kutzka.
game.
That'll be a good result if you can beat him.
So he's playing against a young Ukrainian player who is a very strong player, and yeah, Mark decided to go for Tromposky attack. This bishop h6, a very typical move, attacking e3, queen b6, knight a3. That's not a move that I'm familiar with. That's quite a dinky little move. So it all looks very weird by white, but then black has a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, black hasn't developed his pieces.
And yeah, so knight c4. So what it's saying now, I think the engine was like in e takes d4.
It's still quite a double-edged position, isn't it? I mean,
Absolutely.
the black queen hasn't got that many squares. There's just like, I mean, the only square it's got is actually the a4 square because it can't even go to b5 on account of knight d6 check. So it's only actually got one square at the moment.
But it's not being threatened. So
Yeah, but you would be, if I was black, I'd be a bit nervous about losing my queen here.
can I go knight f4? Or is that just a ridiculous move? What is it like? Why does it? Because I think from a human perspective, you'd be worried about taking back the pawn because you were worried about knight f4. So what is
Maybe
it?
Queen e4.
Queen e4, trade skis.
Probably haven't got any tricks there, have we?
Queen e4, Queen e2, sorry.
Yeah, I have to play Queen e2, yeah.
But still, there's stuff with Queen e5, maybe kick the queen, and like you say, that queen is not great there. Okay, so Mark apparently...
You could attack the
sorry.
knight, could you, and try to bishop e6 or something? I mean,
Yeah, good suggestion. Yeah. Okay, we'll a quick look at maybe Bod Hannah's game, and then we're gonna go on a break, I think, because we've been going quite some time. Also, Marcus Harvey has got an interesting pairing. Gawain, of course.
yeah, there's a lot of people we haven't looked at
Yeah,
yet.
well, this is a very this screams to me of a 1-0 Bod Hannah. It's a massive upset. Although looking at the position, I'm starting.
What
That
would
was
you like?
before. That was before the position. That was before the round. But now I'm starting to doubt this suggestion.
It seems to have gone really badly wrong for her. Oh, it's not the position. Okay.
It's not the position apparently.
Okay.
Oh, so you're saying the live board is wrong? Oh, okay. Right. But this was the position initially.
Well, it says rook c1, but there's no way she would have played rook c1. She'd have taken the queen, wouldn't she?
Probably took that. So let's just imagine that's the position. Hopefully we'll get a change on the board.
I mean, black's pawn up.
Yeah,
Two
I
bishops.
think she's going to lose,
I
right?
mean,
Unfortunately.
white's got a little bit more activity, but you have to be really quick to do something with it.
Although
because-
good for Brandon. Brandon's a nice guy, so let's not beat up on Brandon too much.
Yeah. Do you want to have a really quick look at some of the others, Richard and Simon?
Absolutely.
See how they're getting on.
Yeah, completely. Yeah.
There's quite a lot of players to look at.
There's too many games.
Lots of good
right?
players.
We've got to cut down on the British. There's too many players. Right, let's quickly. We'll come to Gawain game as well. Richard is playing against Chopra, and we currently got this position. We're not going to go through all the moves, but we just currently talk about the position on the board.
Yeah, it still looks a little bit drawish, doesn't it?
Yeah, black's just gone Queen e6. So this is Chopra. Yeah, I think that's
Trying to chop off the pieces.
yeah. Wasn't he somebody who drew with Simon? I think.
I think he drew Simon and Matthew Wadsworth.
Wow.
So he's actually had quite a good tournament so far.
Could be on for an IM norm, maybe even a GM.
Yeah, just halve out with all the IMs.
Yeah, this looks okay. I mean, what are you playing here, Nick? Queen c2 maybe?
Yeah, probably Queen c2.
I don't think trading queens gives it. What I would say, maybe you're even worse here. I mean, are you material up? You're not material up here.
Yeah, I don't see any advantage trading queens.
You know, yeah. So I think queen c2 is quite likely. Maybe queen a6 is an option as well. I'm not sure about that. But queen c2, but you don't really have a threat here as white, do you? Then again, black doesn't really have.
No,
a
you're probably
threat.
going to try and punt h5 and hope something comes of it.
Yeah, a little bit dull, a little bit dull. I think we need a bit more oomph from Richard this tournament. It's not been quite good enough at the moment. Maybe you should start switching to e4, and because a lot of his zonings have been a little bit too positional for me. Like, I think sometimes you've got to take bigger risks.
He's played quite safe openings, but hasn't really got the advantage. I mean, I think also this is probably a slightly tricky opponent for him because obviously somebody who's playing quite well, and when you're on 1 out of 2, you just want to get somebody easy. You don't want someone
That's a
who's
very
playing
good point.
well.
We're talking about pairings earlier. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, Simon Williams has also got a tricky pairing. You know, given that he's not on a great score, he's got a tough. I think that's the problem with the British now. To be honest with you, Nick, is that there are no easy pairings. Like, you know, there's so many good players. You're back in the day, you'd always have like an easy pairing, wouldn't you? It was like 2 or 3, maybe not easy pairings, but like easier. But now it just seems like one tough pairing after another. Same thing for Simon here. I don't think.
Yeah, it's quite a double-edged position, isn't it? The dark square bishop's quite strong. Obviously, black's got the weak pawn structure. Yeah, I think Simon had an early night last night. He was quite keen to try and get his tournament up and running.
Yeah.
It's still not that easy even here. I mean, do you think White's better at all here, or it's just
No,
Just
no, I
balanced.
think he's worse.
you think it's worse?
I think he's worse.
I mean, that dark square bishop is quite strong. The knight potentially coming into f4 as well.
I don't like White's position at all. I mean, one idea, but I could be wrong. I mean, I'm often known for my bad evaluations, right? That's why I'm in the commentary room. Okay, I've made that joke. I won't stop from anyway, knight f4. Bishop g4. Bishop g4 is, you know, screaming at me.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it doesn't look like White's better here, does it?
No, I don't like this. Probably good preparation by Stephen Jones. Let's quickly check the engine about it. No, it says it's about equal, but you have to point h3, otherwise you're almost clearly worse, right?
Then h3 does ask for knight f4, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't think Simon will play h3 because, it's not a Simon move, right?
It's not really a Simon position because he's got no attacking prospects and he likes to attack. In fact, he would be better off playing as black, to be honest.
So he played this funky line with Bishop d3 that we mentioned. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, you're absolutely right. You're better off playing with black. Yeah, he loves counter-attacking. He loves attacking. He doesn't love defending. I think that might be a flaw in his chess makeup. Is he's not? He's often said to me he hates defending. But in chess, sometimes, yeah, that's actually a big mistake, maybe. Actually, Queen C2, that's a weird move by Simon. Has he really played that?
He's trying to probably put the bishop on a2, defending the b pawn.
Just looks anti-positional.
Knight c5 is a nice move from black, though.
Very nice move.
Yeah, that's a good move.
And just understand that you can allow this structure and you're doing well. So Simon's under pressure. There's quite a lot of people under pressure. We could be brewing some other upsets. I think we should go on a break now because we've been going a long time. We'll come back and have a look at the Queen Jones, potentially have an interview with Talia, which should be great as well. And then that'd be, come back in about 15 minutes. Hey, hello everybody, welcome back. I'm very lucky here to be joined by, is it Talia?
Yes.
And is it, your surname is Holmes?
Holmes, yes.
Holmes. And you are the star of the show, or one of the stars, actually you were the winner of the show, I think it was BBC Masters The Endgame.
Chess Masters, yeah, yes.
Chess Masters The Endgame, correct. And that was presented also by David Howe.
It was indeed.
And who was the
Very
other?
nice man.
Yeah.
Sue Perkins and Anthony Mathurin were the other two as well.
That's right,
Yeah.
yeah. I think he's from Birmingham.
Yeah, he is indeed. Yeah, he's a chess coach in the area.
Correct, yeah. So, what was your experience like, Talik? I'm really fascinated to know, what was it like meeting all these stars? What was it?
Well, I'll be honest, it was completely unexpected. To start off with, I did not expect to get on the show when I did. So when I sent my application, I didn't even really send the proper application. I was at work at the time, and my dad just sent me something saying, "Hey, there's a show going on. Send in something." And I pretty much had a 2-line email saying, "Hey, can you send me some more information?" And they asked me for a video interview, which I thought was they said it was going to take 45 minutes, but I just chatted to them for about 2.5 hours. And at that point on, they kind of wanted me on the show from that point because they were like, they've got lots to chat about. But I was not expected to really get on the show. And when I found out that David Howell was presenting it, obviously I was under NDA at the time, so I couldn't really speak about anything. David Howell was always one of my favourite chess commentators, especially for the Chess 24 streams when Chess 24 was still a thing. But I always found his commentary, especially for I think it was 2023 Chess Championships, one with Jan Bonnici and Magnus Carlsen. The Game 6 commentary, that was incredibly exciting for me. And then Dingley and Magnus Carlsen, the one with the rook move, I think it was. I found he had a real good way of making it very exciting and successful for people. So I was very excited to have even just, had a game commentated by him. So that was already really exciting. Obviously, Sue Perkins is absolutely lovely as well, same with Anthony as well. But the show experience was absolutely brilliant. Like there were so many people that I met through that show that there was no chance that I was going to meet before. As I said, Richie, who was the person who was in the final with me, we ended up becoming quite good friends afterwards. We played quite a few times since then. Oh, sorry, we haven't played yet. We're playing tomorrow at some point. But we have we've been kind of the same areas, like looked at each other's games and stuff, and kept contact. Same with everyone on the show, really. Kel on the show as well. We were very close together as well.
Sure.
I think when Kel ended up getting eliminated in the simultaneous against David, I ended up crying because I was very attached to them. And I was I was wishing them the best the entire time. So. Sure. But it was a lot of obviously very intense experience, especially being the first. It was the first chess TV show in 30 years. I think that only the previous winner was Nigel Shaw, I think. And I feel like me being on the list of chess TV show winners is a bit mental, to be fair.
Okay, I'm going to let you in on a secret. I think I applied for that show myself. I didn't get a response because I think they were trying to go with a slightly different vibe. They were trying to go and make it more appealing to the average person.
Yeah, I do think the name Chess Masters was a bit of a misnomer, to be fair. Because I think in the application they said that it was 2,000 rating and below, I think was the threshold. I think Cal was the highest rating on the show. I think they were 1870, I think. But we were all kind of a similar rating, especially the top 6 were all quite a similar rating. I think the lowest rated was, I think, Caitlin. I think it was about 1,500 in the final 6 at least. And then the highest was Cal at 1870, I think it was.
Caitlin Reid, she's Scottish.
Yeah.
I think she was on the first episode, but I think you came in later.
So we came in from episode 4 onwards, our group did. And that first game was one of the best games that I played. I've got it memorised because I thought it was such a cool game because I had both a rook sacrifice and a knight sacrifice. The rook sacrifice wasn't shown on the show, but the knight sacrifice was. I'm just trying to open up. It was knight f5 trying to get the e-pawn to capture to open up the bishop on the long square diagonal. The long diagonal on b2.
Sure.
But I thought the engine gave both me and Richie a rating of 2,500 for that game. So I was very excited when I did play that, and I memorised the game to look at afterwards because we weren't allowed to take the PGNs home until the show was broadcast. But when I looked at that and realised I had a rating of 2,500, I was incredibly impressed by it.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I didn't watch every show on that. I think it got mixed reviews because a lot of typical chess players didn't like the way that they were kind of focusing on amateur players.
Yeah.
But I think we're very insular in chess, and I think we should be trying to grow the game to a wider audience.
Yeah.
I think David had this idea that he wanted to kind of go with a different vibe. The problem is that if you have a lot of aging grandmasters like myself sitting around talking about chess, that's great for us. Isn't necessarily great for people sitting at home.
It's quite difficult to strike that balance, really, because if you try and focus it towards like people that don't have much interest in chess, then you're going to end up the show being kind of redundant. It's not really going to be about chess at all. It's just the other people that are behind it. Whereas if you focus it too much towards the chess, it's not going to do the principal aim of the program of drawing people into the game, which was I think the producers of the show very much wanted that to happen, of trying to make people more interested in chess. I think the producer's daughter, a girl called Jasmine, got very depressed during lockdown. Chess was something that basically lifted them out of it, and they were the ones that suggested to their parents to start a chess TV show to try and get more people involved. But I think that there were a couple problems. I feel like a lot of people think that because I was on the show, I therefore think that everything on the show was done perfectly and there was no problems with it. But I think there were some issues. I think that it was quite difficult to try and work around the half-an-hour time slot. I think there was a lot more chess information you could have got in there without it seeming like a slow-paced thing if it had a longer time slot. There were also games that were on iPlayer as well. So the Eliminator games for each were on iPlayer, and they were actually really good. They were a lot better for chess analysis than the actual show itself was. But I think it would have benefited from having the other games also on iPlayer, because I think there were some very strong games that would have been a lot more understood, I guess. 'Cause I know that a lot of people were saying that a lot of the games were lower level than they actually were. Because obviously I watched all the games that were happening or from the balcony and stuff. But the games were a lot higher quality and a lot of things were shown, because obviously they wouldn't show parts of the game where everyone's kind of just even. They kind of show it where there was kind of these intense moments where blunders happening and stuff on those lines.
Sure. So was it one where you were staying in accommodation, you were socialising in a hotel with the other chess players and you got to know them during the course of filming?
Well, it was a little bit. So we didn't actually know any of the people before the show was filmed. Like we made sure we did not know anyone. I managed to figure out a couple of the people purely because at one point we had to do a match against someone to kind of test our chess skill.
Sure.
I realised we just went on their chess.com, you could just see the people they were playing. But at the same time, we didn't obviously know any of those players at the same time. But at the same time, when we got there at least, we didn't know each other. We all met each other downstairs just before the film was happening, and we didn't even know who the other group were whilst filming. So the three people got eliminated before we all met together. We never actually met. So I never met Kai, I never met Nick, and I never met, who was last one, Claire. I've now met Nick, so I went to their chess club in London. That was quite fun.
Right, great.
But before we got the chance to obviously meet after that if we wanted to, but because it was very long filming days, the whole show was filmed over the period of 6 days. So we were basically doing 2 episodes a day on most days. Wow. So after each day, you were kind of very tired and kind of all worn out, especially because you had cameras on you for most of the time you were there. So most of the time after everything happened, I'd just go straight to sleep. I could not stay awake for that long, especially because I need my sleep. I'm not the kind of person that, I'm not the kind of 20-year-old that likes staying up and going fine or whatever. I'm the kind of person that needs about 10 hours of sleep, otherwise I'm going to be dead the next day.
Sure. And what about Magnus Carlsen? Did you mean the great Magnus Carlsen?
I wish I met him, but we saw him on the big screen, which for me was good enough. Okay, I know the fact that he kind of he did watch the show. I saw on his Instagram story he had a little section where it showed him watching the show, which was incredibly exciting for me. Like, oh my god, Magnus Carlsen's watching me play chess. Bit of a weird experience. But then the memory puzzle that we had was, which he gave us, was one from one of his own games.
Yeah.
And I was the only person that was able to completely memorize the position, which I felt very happy with, because I mean, getting set a challenge by Magnus and completing it perfectly, like that feels like remarkable to me.
Sure.
But yeah, I was very happy with everything that kind of went on with the show, really. So.
Okay, that's brilliant. And just one final question about the show. Thanks for talking about it. It's really interesting. Hopefully it'll get renewed as well.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll end up playing a Champions.
I really hope that would be the case, yeah. I'd really enjoy that.
Yeah, one final question. Did you actually win any prize money on the show?
There was no prize money on the show, no. It was just a trophy, which I accidentally broke on a camping trip, because I took it to go somewhere, and then I was supposed to take it out my bag on the way back. And then I accidentally left it on when I was going camping. By the time I got back, the little top part came off, so I had to super glue it back on.
Okay.
But there's no prize money, unfortunately.
Right, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about, and then we better get back to broadcast. I wasn't going to get in trouble, but I'll prefer to have you on for another 2 or 3 hours if I could. But okay, apparently you know Shreyas from junior days, right?
Well, I didn't know them at the time, because obviously they were quite a bit. I think they were about 4 years younger than me at the time.
Sure.
But I got a photo somewhere of us playing on boards next to each other. Obviously, we didn't know each other at the time, but we just had a photo of, that kind of happening. That was quite exciting for me to find about 8 years after it happened. But they were a younger junior player when it was back then. But I think they'd just about got to the rating that I was at the time. I think it was under the old grading system.
Sure.
I think I was about 137 at the time, and they were about
BCF,
127.
the old BCF. I think the ECF, the BCF rate, it used to be British.
Yeah.
Chess Federation grades, and then it became ECF. They kept the same rates, and then eventually it went to this kind of FIDE type system.
Got it, okay.
With the 4 numbers. But what do you think about this position that Shreyas has got? It's just taken on E5. Who would you rather play here, white or black?
I'd definitely rather play white here. You've got, I mean, first of all, the pass pawn is, incredibly advantageous for white. I mean, you've got a dark squared bishop here, so it's going to be able to defend that pawn in the first place. That's pretty good. White's got the disadvantage of having isolated pawns though on a3 and c4, so they could potentially become long-term weaknesses. You can't take that because of the rook capture on the
Okay,
queen
that's
capture.
the point. I was just testing you.
No, it's okay.
It's another.
It's okay,
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously you can't take that pawn out. That wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But overall, I think that White must be doing better here, just because of that pass pawn and how the black pieces are generally just going to be tethered down to
That black king's
stopping
quite
movement.
exposed. Right?
Exactly. I mean, it's quite exposed, but it's going to be getting into an end game. Like, I think Black's going to be aiming to get into an end game relatively soon. I feel like if queens can get, I don't know if they want to get queens exchanged, probably not.
Yeah.
But if they can't basically get into a position where that king being open could potentially start being an advantage if they can try and get that in. At least that's how I would view the position, at least.
Okay, so one final question. I'll let you go. It was very kind of you to come on. This has been absolutely amazing. But who do you want to win the British Championships? Like out of the players, is it Shreyas or is it somebody
I
else?
mean, Shreyas would be like I would very much like if Shreyas would win. I was watching some of the games yesterday in the main hall. I was watching some of them. I did see. I do apologise about the name pronunciation. Vichigov.
Yeah, something like that. I'm not. I think we're all a bit unsure about the pronunciation.
Well,
I was calling Vita Hugo, but Nikita.
Yeah, Nikita.
Yeah.
Well, I was watching his games yesterday, and I just I was very impressed by just how accurate the games were. There was no like obvious mistakes going on when I was watching it. Well, at least from my own analysis, which obviously was nowhere near his, but it was still when I was watching, I was like, this is incredibly impressive. I did also very much enjoy the game that was that was on board too. I think it was Gawain Jones.
Absolutely, yeah, against David Henderson.
Yeah,
Good
did
friend of mine.
Henderson win in the end? So I had to leave
Yeah,
just
yeah.
before the end of it.
He did win that game.
I did
didn't he?
think so. Yeah, I was watching the variations of things like Rook F6 and stuff on those lines.
Yeah, that was a
and
big
thinking
upset.
about sacrificing the. You have to sacrifice the. I can't remember what was on G3, but there was some kind of sacrifice on F1 to kind of make the rooks go out, and I thought that was a really interesting game as well. But basically, I think that Shreyas would be who I would ideally win. But honestly, I think I'm kind of just happy to be here and watching. Like this yesterday was the first time I've actually watched two Grandmasters play in person. So that was already a really exciting thing. But just kind of getting the atmosphere is really exciting as well.
Well, it's very kind of you to come on this broadcast, and best of luck in the future. Hopefully, we can be back maybe on the commentary later in the week.
No worries, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Talia. Brilliant. Well, thanks a lot to Talia for appearing on the broadcast. That was really interesting to hear about Chess Masters, the end game. Hopefully that show will get renewed in the future. And obviously great success for one of England's finest, David Howell as well, who, could well have been playing this tournament. But we're now focusing on another young star in Shreyas Royal. He's just taken on E5. What do you think about this position, Nick?
Yeah, it's interesting. Some of the children that I teach in my chess clubs have actually watched that show and they seem to like it. So it definitely appealed to them. I guess David Howell is just a mega star these days, isn't he? So
You don't sound
The British
at all.
Championship-
You don't sound at all embittered or jealous.
the British Championships are beneath him.
Yeah.
This position, I just think, like you've said already, White seems to hold the cards here with the dark square bishop.
Yeah. I think
And,
Talia summed it up.
Exactly, potentially coming in on the D file as well. So it feels like White's got the advantage here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is quite an unpleasant position for Alex. But I mean, in theory, he's got a lot of going for him in this position. But the Queen on E6 and blockading the pawn. Obviously, you can't take. We already discussed that because allow mate 1. That would really be a shocker. But if you play him in like knight D7, which is where you want to go in a knight.
I think it's White's move as well.
Oh, it's Mike's move actually.
It's even worse.
Yeah, Rook D1 maybe.
Yeah.
Rook D1
Yeah, black has to bid 98.
looks like a very passive square for the knight. However, there's no immediate killer blow here. You could move the queen somewhere, in theory. You think, well, the queen's not really doing much now on b3. Maybe queen a4. Queen c2 looks like an appealing move to me.
Yeah, white's definitely.
So that looks very good. By the way, there's been massive developments in the William Claridge. Wow, that's already finished. That's a huge upset.
Yeah, we thought that Daniel was struggling in that game, didn't we?
So we left it, yeah, absolutely, in the end game, and we did think White was better, but I didn't expect the game to end so quickly. So William Claridge must have played extremely accurately. It's a great game by William Claridge Hansen. Knight f4, that looks fine. Bishop f1 though, that's a great retreating move, Nick.
Keep the bishop pair.
Yeah.
Your favourite.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that was kind of forced though, right? Because I think this is just
Yeah,
obviously
you don't want to play that
not
move.
a good move at all, and you need to move the bishop somewhere. So he's forced him into a good move. Still looks okay for black at this point, but something went horribly wrong somewhere. So this plan is very dangerous that white is intending. And the problem is black can't really create a lot of counterplay here because king can go to d4, but then it's got no more squares to go to. So, okay, so f4 happened, and then bishop d3, and then black collapsed very quickly.
I mean, it looks like you can't really defend this black here because you can't play, if you go back and move after
Sorry,
after bishop e4,
Yeah,
you can't really move the knight anywhere because obviously you lose the f4 pawn. Or you can, if you play knight e3, there's always bishop c3 check as well.
bishop c3, and then
You lose the
yeah,
f4
just
pawn.
pick that pawn up. Very simple tactic. Yeah, no, this looks already very bad for black, and
Probably just completely lost already. And then the h pawn is very strong.
this H pawn is just a simple win. All these pawns are weak. I mean, it's a very impressive game by William. I've not seen him play this well before. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I drew with him, I think, 2 years ago in the British, and I was quite impressed with him then.
Yeah,
So I think he has definitely come on, and now he's obviously slightly older still, so he's definitely come on in the last few years. But I guess this is one of his best wins against Daniel Fernandez.
absolutely. It's funny that I've got quite a bad record against Fernandez, but I think I've beaten William every time I played him. So it's funny how, styles make fights, like in boxing, right? But gradually the advantage increased.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've done quite well against Daniel, but I haven't played him in recent years. I think if I played him nowadays, it would be much closer. Maybe even he would be slight favourite. But when I did play him in the past,
Well,
I was
not
probably
playing
the
like
favourite.
this. I was going to say, not playing like this, he wouldn't be slight favourite, but yeah, you're absolutely right, Nick. I think, but is bishop a4? Apparently, that's a really bad. That was a losing move, Nick. Like king d4, it said the engine said it was not. I think he was probably worried about that move, but
I
apparently.
don't think so.
But now bishop a4. So what's the difference?
You're stopping bishop d3, I guess.
So it's very important to stop bishop d3. So when he went there, and then, sorry, hang on. No, in this position he played f4, but then he went there, and the bishop. You're absolutely right. So when he went bishop a4, do we know? I think he had a load of time though, Daniel. He was well up on the clock. Sometimes he rushes it.
Yeah, perhaps he was trying. Maybe he just knew he had a bad position anyway, and he tried to put some time pressure on his opponent.
But maybe that's the difference, Nick, between someone like Fernandez and like a Vicky Hugo or Adams, because I'm pretty sure they'd go through the process here. Gawain, they'd go through the process of, yes, I'm worse, but I can still survive. It's very important to survive. It would count as a great save, because often people just lose interest when they're worse, and they've got no chance to win. But
Yeah, I mean, because he had one game already, didn't he, where he was quite lucky in the first round to win from a completely lost position. So perhaps he was trying to use the same technique of trying to put some time pressure on his opponent and hope for a mistake. But obviously this time it didn't come.
by the way, Yi Chen Han is in a huge position against. We were saying earlier that it looked like David's position was very dangerous. I mentioned the bounce factor. When you have a great win, you often bounce the next day, like in horse racing. You lose the next game. This seems to be what's happened to David. Rook E1, knight B6, because a lot of other people would say, if you've had a great win, you'll get confident and you'll win the next one. I'm the opposite. I'm like, if you've had a great win, then I start to fear the danger, right?
Yeah, I mean, you also playing at a very high level, and I think he just had a bit of a difficult opening, to be honest. So it was quite hard for him after the opening.
So what's the tactical justification for that? I mean, why can't I just take the pawn? Is that what he did? Why didn't he just take the pawn? What was he worried about?
You you could have some knight c5 at some point. I'm trying to see whether you take the rook or how you play it.
Maybe even that immediately, Nick.
You
Because
could play it straight away.
so I go knight. The problem with knight b7 is I'm hitting that rook. So, but you can do this. Which doesn't seem that clear to me.
But what if traded on d8 as well?
So, what do you want us to do it straight away? Like
Uh,
here, or where do you want to do it?
I'm not sure. Maybe yeah, just do it now.
Yeah, do it now, and then if I take with a knight.
Yeah, I mean, you could if you played it before you played knight c5 though. You just go back to that position.
Yeah,
Let's
sure.
try taking it now. Taking back with the knight. Okay. Now can we take on e5?
Yep. Oh, because I can't. Yeah, that's a good point. Because I can't go queen e5 because of this knight is hanging. Just show that knight is hanging. If knight c4 though, just carry on.
Yeah, it's still quite a complicated position. Bishop f4, probably.
So that was maybe another option, but he went d5. Possibly we could come back and check with the engine later. You know, 'cause engine check.
Yeah.
Whether he missed something, but it actually doesn't look too bad for black. But the problem is what counterplay is he actually creating? Maybe David had some ideas of sacking a piece, and
I don't think the piece sack's really on here.
yeah, but that's always a bad sign if he's coming back again straight away. There must have been something he didn't like about that. So it's not over, by the way. The game's still in progress, but the position seems to be heavily favouring Yi Chen Han, who, to be fair, is higher rated than David and with the white pieces. So this is hardly counts as an upset win. Knight c5, assuming he does win, of course, which is not e3.
Yeah, the knights are both loose now.
Yeah. So this is the current position on the board. So queen c6, Nick, attacks the knight on c5.
So if you take on, can you end up winning a piece here? Not sure, maybe
Rook takes.
I'm trying to work out the right way of playing it.
And I go here, is that maybe the idea? Not very good actually for black. Yeah, it looks like game over, right?
I mean, perhaps he doesn't have to, if you go back one way, perhaps he doesn't have to play bishop takes knight, but then what else do you play?
I mean, you could maybe try that move, but
Yeah, you're going to be pieced
very
down, aren't you?
desperate.
You're pieced down on that line.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, I mean, if we go back actually to that, that felt like a critical moment when knight e4 was played, because, yeah, I don't like the way David handled the opening, if I'm totally honest, but this position, yeah, d takes e5
Yeah,
was
was the
better.
best.
Our instincts are spot on.
Yeah, then rook takes d8 as we thought.
Yeah, and, okay,
Yeah, because queen takes d8, you can play knight c5. That's the main idea.
yeah, just show that, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, obviously king takes looks suspicious. So queen takes, this knight, even knight.
Yeah, I mean knight e looks more natural than knight b because you open up that diagonal for the bishop.
Yeah, this looks bad. So rook takes. So, but there is knight takes, and yeah, we mentioned this was like the top line. We just find the top lines.
We're basically engines.
Yeah, bishop f4 is still the top line, right?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah, we should be playing this tournament. Maybe it's not too late to enter. We'll run in between the commentary room and the playing hall. Okay, so we're thinking that probably David's going to lose. unfortunately for David. A lot of the other games are still in the balance though. Glenn Fleer, also, I think we should check in on Wadsworth Harriet Hunt.
Sure, because I saw that Harriet was 2 pawns up. I think she's only 1 pawn up now. But Matthew Wadsworth had some activity.
Yeah. So this is the current position on the board. It's black to play.
Yeah, she's getting quite low on time. She's still got 14 moves to make and only 3 minutes left. The rook on c5 could potentially get trapped as well. Have to be quite careful. I mean, is white threatening b4 now? Or?
That was a good call. I hadn't even noticed that.
I mean, it's black's move. I mean, if black didn't do anything about it.
Yeah, I'll be a little bit concerned.
Yeah, knight b5 is going to be a problem. Yeah, so you're not actually threatening it just yet. No. Good point. Knight b5. So what does black play?
I think she might try a5. Should we do a guess the move? What's Harriet going to play here? Guess the move.
A5 is probably just safe move. Stops.
Yeah.
Cuts out that b4 idea.
Yeah, from ever happening.
It does actually feel like black should be objectively a bit better here, don't you think?
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely better.
But it's just her time, and she's just now getting even lower on time.
You get very low, and you do get increment here. I mean, how do you handle it? Let's say your opponent's short time. I think this is a very important thing in chess. It happens a lot.
I tend to play a bit faster. I know I shouldn't. I tend to. It actually depends. If I'm winning, I just take my time because I know that I just have to find the right moves and I win.
Right.
But if I feel like my position is a bit dodgy, like Matthew's position, I tend to play a bit faster and hope to encourage a mistake.
Yeah, but by doing that, are you not losing a bit of accuracy yourself and potentially not coming up with testing moves? But you're willing to make that sacrifice.
I mean, also you can try to think, for example, 2 or 3 moves ahead. So you might think for say 5 or 10 minutes, and then you got your move lined up. You think what they're going to most likely play against you, and then you've got the next move ready as well. So you are spending your time, but you're also hustling them a bit at the same time.
Yeah, Simon Webb made that advice, and you probably read that book yourself, Chess for Tigers, where I think it was like burst or something. If people were in chronic, it was different back in those days, didn't have increments, so people would get into really, really bad time trouble where the flag would be hanging, and he'd have like a move lined up, like you said, and once his opponent responds, and he's got a burst of moves, right? But this position, yeah, I think. She's made a move here, Harriet. So let's have a look. Let's do the refresh. Oh.
Knight b5 straight
Knight
away.
b5. Okay, that's interesting. Possibly he wants to go c6 and hit the bishop, and then go knight c7 in some variations, and maybe bring the knight around.
Well, just c6 slightly weakens the d file, doesn't it?
That's true. Yeah, also d7's weak.
Where would you put the queen now? Drop back.
Drop back. Drop skis. Maybe come in, but I don't like that move. Also,
It's considering it, but
what about even come back? Maybe that it could end up being a repetition, right? Hard to believe, but queen d2. Yeah, see that.
or yeah, queen d2 that makes a lot of sense. Or maybe queen d3 if you want to pressure the knight. Both options. I mean, queen d2 keeps the b pawn safe.
If I go c6, Nick, what are you doing?
Bishop b3.
Can I do like some random like that, or is that too much?
What's your idea?
Well, I'm thinking if you take, I'm going to start getting like some pins. Well, I don't know if they work, but
You might be able to open up the c file potentially as well.
yeah. So my idea, Nick, is if you take twice, I'm going to go rook d8 and claim, although there is rook f7, I suppose, which is kind of a bit annoying, actually.
It feels a bit wrong to play d5. It feels like you should just try and keep the tension.
Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe even d6.
But she's probably trying to do, maybe she wants to try and do something active.
Yeah, we've got some moves. This is a really critical moment.
Oh, so he's gone in for queen g7.
In like Flynn, yeah?
Just trying to win the f7 pawn, I guess. Well, rook h8, is that a potential threat? Is that what he's looking at?
Yeah,
if you had a chance to play a move now, rook h8, actually,
moment.
it's actually quite a big threat.
maybe my c6 move isn't so bad after all.
You could play c6, or then bishop takes f7 though.
Really?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I mean, you can move the bishop after knight d6.
Oh,
Play
yeah.
bishop b3.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. But then no, you're right because D7.
Because she has to calculate this.
Yeah,
It's not
it's,
that-
it's a
not
lot of
that-
pressure. There's a lot of pressure now. There's a lot of pressure. She's make Harriet is good under pressure though, and she's used to being in time trouble. So I don't think this is necessarily a critical moment for her. She has
She's gone
C6.
c6 to stop all the back rank trouble.
I think that's a very sensible move.
Yeah, so maybe what he should have done, he should have anticipated this when he played queen g7.
Yeah,
He should have thought about it, played queen g7, and after c6 just banged out
yeah.
bishop f7 if that's what he wants to play, or bishop b3. I mean, I guess they're the two main moves.
I'm not sure I like your strategy though, because I feel like it's a very risky strategy. Because I know what you mean. I tend to find that when I'm my opponent's short of time, I do tend to play quicker as well, and I think it's more like a nervous thing rather than I'm thinking I'm going to pressure them. I find it very comfortable sitting there, especially if I'm worse and they're short of time. I feel like I need to press them,
Yeah,
otherwise they're going to work out what the correct moves are.
I think after bishop f7, you're actually threatening rook d7 as well. Well, we've got an idea of rook d7
Oh, good call, yeah.
as well as obviously just moving the bishop away.
Okay, I could put my king on maybe a better square, maybe like a b7 or something.
Maybe just move the bishop then.
Right, but then okay.
The D7's
D7,
weak.
D7.
Yeah, rook g5 is a critical move.
Rook g5, yeah, I think I've seen that earlier, yeah. But awesome.
Then what we're saying, queen h6, so what was their better move? Maybe that's the only move. Queen h6.
Yeah. A rook d7 a move?
I think you're going to end up a rook down after rook takes queen.
I love my flashy tactics.
Yeah.
But now maybe.
Now you are thinking of rook d7.
Oh no, hang on.
You second a rook.
Second rook. Maybe rook g2, Nick.
It's just getting really complicated now.
Rook
Bishop.
d7, maybe a.
Bishop b3, have you got? Are you mating me somehow?
No. Well, I'll do a rook f3. Oh no, hang on.
Your
I keep
queen's
forgetting about
hanging,
the queen. This position's too confusing. I suppose I could go queen f6, but yeah, that looks a bit.
Can you go rook takes queen two, Sharon?
Rook b2.
Yeah,
This
nice.
is-
King a1 maybe.
Oh my goodness.
Queen e5 or queen e5. It's a move you'd calculate.
It
Isn't
has to be queen e5. Queen a3, you can even play king a1.
Yeah.
So
But this is maybe it could end in a perpetual, but a bit optimistic.
I mean, to be honest, you'd rather be the player with more time here.
Yeah, completely. It was very, very sharp. Yeah. So maybe he might trick her in time trouble, right?
And I think bishop. I mean, the only other option really is bishop b3, unless you want to try and trade off rooks or something. But I feel like bishop 7. It is the more testing move. And bishop b3 does set up rook d7 threat anyway. So I mean, we can look at bishop b3 instead if you
I
like.
think I would go bishop e3.
Play it safe.
Yeah, I mean this is like an engine line move. I'd be really unsure because also the king feels a bit weak. But that does create rook d7. Maybe a4 is an idea, although I'm not totally happy about a4. But let's go back to Jack's idea now.
You probably have to play queen h6 anyway.
Queen h6, yeah.
Yeah, I slightly preferred bishop f7. Okay. Probably queen h6.
Oh, by the way, he's played a move. Ooh, okay, this is a really critical moment now.
Queen
Wow, it's
g3.
not queen g3.
I was a bit surprised by that move.
It was
because-
going away from you.
Yeah, what's the idea of that move? I mean, is he really afraid of rook g5?
Okay, so now he's probably going to go bishop b3, right?
I think so. Unless he can't take on f7 there, can he?
I think we're going
I
to
think
stay
it's
with this
easy.
game until Harriet gets through this, or at least some of it. What do you think?
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure about because it's also nice to keep that check in hand, that queen check.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
But even so, it's still quite a tricky position for black to play with no time.
He has gone bishop b3, so I would expect king b7 here, maybe. Just, maybe. Well, it's not the only move, but
Yeah, it seems logical to get out of the pin.
yeah. By the way, David, did the moves refresh anywhere on the board or on the screen? Do they refresh anyway? If you don't refresh,
They should on this one, on your dom.
it should do, right? Okay, so I don't need to keep clicking refresh.
Yeah, I think bishop takes f7 was more testing than queen g3, although there might have been some tactical problem with it.
Should we check whether your move is better?
Okay,
The
go on
engine?
then.
Let's check.
Probably
Where were
Matthews.
we? Oh, we were before. Yeah.
It was after c6, yeah.
I bet this is just a total mess.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it
So
really.
it likes them
you
both
need-
the
you
same.
need the better. Actually, this is actually quite a bad move.
Yeah, queen g3 is a mistake. Bishop b3 and bishop f7, they like the same.
By the way, the top line was like bishop f7. What was the best move after bishop f7? Yeah, it was Jack's rook g5 was the best,
Oh, then you have to find bishop g6.
because this is actually losing. Why was it? Why
So
was
after
it
bishop
losing?
b3, was it the rook b?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
rook b2, the winning
rook b2
move.
was actually winning.
Look at that, Jack.
Jack, right, you're just an engine, Jack. Ribka.
It's actually a winning line for black, amazingly.
Oh, because you can force the king. So just show that line, which is actually, yeah, no, that loses.
Because we thought it might be some perpetual, we didn't realise it was actually going to be
I thought
checkmate.
that move, but then queen c3. Oh, you can't.
That's
Oh
mate
no,
in
it's
two.
actually mate in two, right? So king here, queen a1. And maybe that's a line that frightened him off bishop f7. He might have just seen that quickly and like, well, I can't.
Yeah,
play
might have
bishop
seen this
f7.
rook b2 move. He
Yeah,
just tried
so
to
he
avoid
kind
it.
of panicked a little
But you
bit.
should have played bishop b3. You know that would
Yeah.
have been a safe move because you don't need to
Safe
play. You don't
practical
need to
move,
play queen g3 check.
Although the engine's giving black an edge now. It's changed from equal to black edge on,
Very,
on every
very
move.
well, very small point.
I must
one.
admit, I wouldn't have played bishop f7. I would have gone bishop b3 because I felt bishop f7 looks too scary. I wouldn't have even considered
Well,
going.
queen g2. That's a good point. You can play queen d6 and force the queens off.
Yeah,
So queen g3 is actually
so he missed queen d6.
queen g3 is quite a bad move.
The point is that after this, you have to go back here, and now black is just a pawn up in the ending.
Yeah, I mean, if you're black, you'd love to have the queens off, wouldn't you? That makes the game a lot more straightforward, especially if you're low on time.
Absolutely. So anyway, he did do queen g3, and so he came back as quite still better for black though, and she's gone king
Not by
c8.
much, but
Yeah, so he's thinking now, and he's worse. Wadsworth is worse.
it's only very marginal. I think with the queens off, it would have been a lot easier for black to play. Now white can still try and find some tricks.
Well, we'll see about this game later, but at the moment, Harriet's under quite a lot of pressure on the clock. So Ami, by the way, won. Wow.
That's
Okay,
good.
so Ami we could be looking at Ami as a British champion.
Yeah, he's playing well. One of your pre-tournament tips.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's going to win the British.
This was quite smooth, wasn't it? Because he just had positional conversation for the pawn.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. We mentioned that before, that even though black's got the queens off, practically it's very unpleasant.
Yeah, I've got one idea actually. You know when you play bishop b4,
Hmm.
can you play bishop c5 there?
Oh, you want to go bishop p6?
You want to trap your rook. Or your rook can get to d6. It might still be a good way to play anyway.
So maybe this.
This looks okay for black.
Mm.
Bishop c7 maybe.
Can I go rook d7 instead?
Yeah, maybe rook d7.
More
Yeah, rook
testing,
d7 is a
eh?
stronger move. Yeah.
More testing, yeah.
Yeah, it's a stronger move. But knight e7 anyway.
Okay, knight e7, maybe knight c3. Stop you going. But knight d5, I think it's going to lose that. Well, yeah.
b4.
b4, knight e4.
And then can we get away with knight d5?
Oh, now you can go knight. Yeah. Not so clear, right?
It's all a bit messy.
Yeah. Lionel Messi again.
Yeah, I didn't really calculate that properly, but bishop c5 is probably slightly stronger than bishop b4, I guess.
What was the engine saying? Let's just go back. You're absolutely right. Top move, Nick. You should be playing, mate. Bishop c5, bishop b4 is a shocker. And Yeah, it's like a slower way, but now he maintains all the pressure. Great move by Ami. Rook d7, a lot of pressure. Just,
Oh,
just a
dear.
blunder. Just a blunder. He was under pressure and he blundered. I think he thought he was over the worst because he got his king out of the firing line. But sometimes when you feel like you're over the worst, that's when you relax too early.
I think after knight c6, rook d6, all the pieces are tied down. I mean, you can play rook fc8, but then you can't move any pieces, can you?
No,
You can't move the bishop because you lose the knight, and you can't move the knight because you lose the bishop.
it's almost resignable already. Actually, I mean,
It's like a zugzwang.
Great win for Ami. So he's setting himself up for the clash. That's really what's going to be the acid test for Ami. Is the clash against the big. Oh, the ball one. Oh, board two. Yeah, it's finished. Yeah. So, yeah, but that's going to be the big. Well, winning 22 minutes with White, very
He's
impressive.
playing very well, actually. I mean, in this tournament. Did he lose to Nikita in the English Championship? I think he did, didn't he?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, he
right.
lost.
Yeah. Nikita's like a bogey player for him because he also lost a key game in the British Rapid Play this year where he was actually doing well in that game. So that's going to be, if he plays Nikita next round, would they be right on pairings? They would actually, wouldn't it? No.
Of one colours.
Should we start predicting the pairings for round 4 already? We're bored with round 3. Let's just get on with round 4.
Is Nikita going to win his game? I think he was a
think so.
pawn up, wasn't he?
Probably. It's not certain. But he's a great technical player.
He's just a very good all-round player, isn't he?
Yeah, so we left it, I think, around about here, and he did trade. He trade skis, bishop d4, bishop e5, sorry, and knight f5 is a great move. The threatening knight e7. Yeah, this just seems like an extra pawn, but the black has the bishop, so that's some. Although you could argue it's a good knight versus bad bishop with the extra pawn. What would you say? I mean, it's just slowly winning, actually, doesn't it? I'm surprised.
Yeah, I mean, he is only one pawn up, though, so he's still got to convert the advantage.
Absolutely. And Makar will struggle. He will struggle to the end, so it's not guaranteed. I think long odds on for Nikita to win, I would say.
Yeah, I think he's favourite to win.
By the way, if he wins, maybe I should sing Nikita by Elton John.
Not sure.
Well, I mean,
They've
wins
already-
the tournament, yeah.
He has to win the whole tournament, does he?
What about, let's go back to Shreyas. This is a key battleground as well in the tournament.
I mean, it still feels like Alex is under a lot of pressure here. It's almost checkmate.
Yeah, we left it here, didn't we, Nick? Yeah, so you think it's almost checkmate, right?
I guess black's just about struggling on. So if the queen h7, you want to play... Where do you want to play?
I think I can't play that. Oh no, I can play that move. Sorry, because I thought it was mate, but you got the g6 square, so maybe I can. Oh, but then rook d6. Surely.
Maybe king f8 is the idea.
King of 8 anyway.
And if queen h8, thinking back, looks like there could be a tactic coming up soon.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, one move I would consider here, Nick, is just. I mean, the old Russian advice is tuck your king away.
King h2 would be a useful move. You could put the queen into h8 and then play king h2.
Okay, let's try your plan then. Queen h7. Yeah, I can't really go back to
can't
g8, so I
yeah.
have to keep going, and then king h2. And then maybe I'm more even, probably rook d6 is never going to work. Something to
It's
consider.
not quite working, is it? Yeah, you do need to find the final breakthrough.
Maybe c5 at some point.
Yeah, I was wondering about c5 for black to stop that. But it does give away the d5 square. You just need to get rid of your own e-pawn, take your own e-pawn off the board. You'll be happy.
Yeah. I mean, feels like Shreyas is probably going to win that one, but Alex is defending fairly well, I would say. I mean, that's Lorenzo Fava. Let's have a quick look at this game. Wow, this is big developments as well. looks very good for
So Jonah's an exchange up, isn't he?
Jonah. I mean, we left it, we said in the position, well, I think we go back to Simon in a bit, because that was an interesting game as well, wasn't it? Bishop h6. So we said that White didn't really play the opening that well, but it seemed to get a reasonable position according to the engine.
Yeah, I think we both prefer Black's position basically.
Yeah. And then knight f6. So I think his idea is he wants to trade and then leave you with that weak e-pawn. Now, he could have maybe traded earlier. So I'm surprised he didn't trade immediately, but okay.
I quite like having that pawn on e6 with the pawns on e5 and d6. You control a lot of the central squares.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a very good point you made there, Nick, because a lot of people are scared of double pawns, but actually double pawns also control a lot of squares. Like if the pawn was on f7, White would have a lot more control over d5 square, very important square. But with a pawn on e6, d5 is controlled by Black, which just gives White a very difficult job making progress. Yeah, so White sharpened it up with this, but apparently it started to go a little. Yeah, so
I don't know whether that was completely necessary, was it? I wouldn't have taken that knight.
no, I've noticed you're quite materialistic, but that's
Not always.
good.
I'm happy to give away pawns. I just don't really like giving away pieces that
Nah,
much.
I don't understand that bit.
We'll probably see it's the best move.
Let's have a look. I bet it is.
Yeah, I wouldn't play it.
Nah, it's nowhere near the best
It's
move.
just a complete blunder.
In fact, G5 was a terrible blunder. D4 is crushing.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's a huge ask to give away the exchange in the end game.
I'm very surprised by that move. Yeah, I think.
It's just a big mistake,
I think
isn't it?
yeah, he's misevaluated this position.
You need the queens on to play a move like that, then you can try and checkmate them. But in the end game, to give away an exchange is massive.
Yeah,
You need something really concrete.
I think it's nerves, Nick. I think he's you know, it's a big pressure game, isn't it, for both of them? But Lorenzo is not a very experienced player, so I think he's nervous.
Yeah.
And Jonah is more used to these big games, I would say. And it now looks completely winning, rook a4. So I think Jonah's going to tidy this game out. He's going to move into contention with 3 out of 3 as well. That's huge. So we're going to get some monstrous. If today was huge, tomorrow's going to be even bigger.
I think Lorenzo beat himself a bit in the end game. What do you think? I mean, he didn't need to give away the exchange. He could have just kept the game going. It was quite double-edged.
Yeah. I think it's very important in chess, Nick. I don't know if you agree with me that. You know, you got to fight. You got to make your opponent work for it. If you just give the game away, they don't feel like they've earned it.
Yeah.
You know, make them outplay you rather than, like you say, it's just lack of experience maybe. Glenn Fleer drew his Stuart Conquest. I'm slightly surprised at that draw. At some point,
It looked like they were both going on the attack, but maybe it just simplified.
but Glenn was better. But at some point he kind of lost the advantage, and Stuart somehow started to.
I mean, at this stage, it's looking pretty drawish.
Yeah. Okay, so that game was a draw. We said Yu Chen Han. Matthew Wadsworth, by the way, has turned it down. Around your prediction that Harriet would struggle with the time has come to fruition because Matthew Wadsworth's now better. By the way, Stephen Gordon, big, huge loss. Huge, you know, we're saying about Stephen Gordon, he hasn't played much chess. Nigel Davis, who's only 22.90 these days, scored a massive upset win.
Yeah, I think it just takes a few tournaments to get back into it. I mean, I've found that myself being a little bit less active. You just need to play a few more. But Stephen's still quite young. If he plays a couple more events, then I'm sure his form will come back. H3 is a slightly odd move, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to avoid any prep. Yeah, it a little bit reminds me of what Ding Liren did in that World Championship match
Oh, yeah.
against Nepo when he just avoided theory with an early H3.
That was a bit too creative. I think he lost that game, didn't he?
That's right. Yeah, it was one of the early games. I think it was game 2. Bishop takes d4.
Well, quite a nice idea to try and open up White's king.
Reminds me a little bit of what you were suggesting the other day, with D4, where you...
Shreyas's game, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I think he ended up with similar structure in the end anyway. Yeah, that's a great move by Nigel Davis, because the point is that knight A4, knight E2, let's say you try to play a safe move like that, it's probably going to run into D3.
Yeah.
And then a very nice tactic, bishop B4, winning the queen. So, in fact, White probably obliged to take here, I guess.
I think so.
Which, yeah, so why didn't Stephen try knight E2? I guess he was worried about bishop B4 check anyway, right?
He's just trying to consolidate. Yeah, bishop b4, bishop c3, bishop f5. Was that a line?
That's a very nice spot. Beautiful. Queen D2.
But Black's getting so much activity now. It's quite scary.
Very, very, yeah, I mean, it's just...
You're close to being castled, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
But
for
it's-
one pawn, this is not
Yeah.
good. So go back to this position. He decided to go bishop e2, and then Nigel played queen a5.
So just out of interest, after queen
Yeah.
a5, was if you castle,
Yeah,
can he? Is there something going wrong here?
makes more sense. Yeah, I think at some point you've got to say, look, I can't mess around too much. I guess he's worried about queen g5, maybe. Would that be...
So bishop f5, would he play bishop d3?
Also, bishop f5 was the move, right? But I'm wondering about this move, because now this is a huge threat. Maybe even bishop h3 immediately. Is that a move?
Possibly. Trying to get your queen to f4. Yeah, maybe bishop h3 is a clever move.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's what he spotted. Because this... By the way, Nigel could have played the seniors. The seniors kicked off today, I should mention. Keith Arkle, the goat of seniors, who showed me in the bar last night that ChatGPT claims he's the best senior player in English chess history, ahead of Michael Adams and everybody. So he's competing in the seniors, which I believe it must be a
Did
seven-round
ChatGPT
tournament.
actually say he was the best senior?
He said he was the best at everything.
Better than Mickey.
I think he programmed it himself, yeah? Yeah, it's just stuff like this is happening, and it's
Yeah, bishop
scary.
h3 is a nice move.
Is it?
Very nice move.
Yeah, so queen d2, bishop b4. Yeah, this has obviously gone wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Nigel's doing everything he can to stop Stephen from castling.
This is a great game by Nigel, I must
Wow,
admit.
oh my
This is like game of the, this is a game of the tournament.
He's played it with so much energy, hasn't he?
Wow, that's a phenomenal game.
Threatening knight c3 and queen a2.
Yes, I think he just had enough, Steve. Bishop e1, maybe, but
But did he resign after knight
he
e4?
resigned, yeah.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
slightly surprised he resigned that early, but
I would have played a few more moves, but it's looking a bit grim for White, I have to say.
very grim.
Yeah, no, that was a very convincing game.
I mean, just to engine check that, by the way, was there some sort of blunder by White? It was already slightly worse. Yeah, engines love Slav positions for black. They generally give,
Over the IQP positions, I mean,
well, no, just a Slav, I think. Yeah, but okay, yeah, this is like,
d4 was a nice move.
that was a good move, yeah. And she said maybe the best was king f1, maybe you had to go king f1 and just be the extra pawn.
Yeah, queen a5 was a very nice move, wasn't it? With your idea of the castles, bishop takes h3.
Which I'm sure Nigel would have seen, yeah. And
That was a very good move.
now it's already lost. I mean, it's so simple.
Yeah, he could have even been rookie too.
Wow, that would have been an absolute shocker. I mean, this is the point where you start throwing the coins on the board, right? You know?
Yeah,
But no, I mean, Stephen, I think he is suffering big time from rust. I think it's going to take him a while to get back, but
that's still a great game from Nigel.
absolutely great game. And, 2290, we're having this debate with Keith last night that he thinks people like Nigel Davis will go down. Well, not if he keeps getting results like that. He thinks he's going to go down from 2290.
Yeah, I mean, there's some of these players like Nigel Davis and Glenn Fleer, they've got a great understanding.
Absolutely, Rishi Vici, yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, Nigel Davis, exactly. Great understanding. They're very solid players, very hard to beat. Rishi Vici Kumar drew against Peter Robertson. So that was a great result for a young Scottish player. Marcus Harvey is better. I need Marcus to win that game against Neil Freddie Gordon, we haven't mentioned Freddie Gordon. Gawain Jones has won.
Just see Freddie Gordon. We've looked at his game.
Yeah,
yet.
we haven't looked at a Freddie Gordon game yet. Freddie Gordon is another. Just mentioned Vishy Kumar. Is another great young Scottish player. Scotland have actually got a very good, stable of junior players, I would say, at the moment.
He says Supertit used to be Scottish as well, did he?
That's right. That's right.
But perhaps he gets better funding from the English Federation.
We're going to go into controversial waters again. Yeah, we did make the point about, actually, we should make the point that the British chess rules for chess championships are essentially all dictated by all the federations. So Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland as well. So Bishop D2, Queen C7, Rook C1.
It's a sort of more C-bind type pawn structure.
Yeah, I mean, I think Freddie Gordon is a very solid player, and he's a good endgame player as well. Like he's got good understanding. You know, in a way, he kind of reminds me a little bit of Michael Adams, the way he, has good feel for the game. F6.
Yeah, the one time I played against Freddie Gordon, I got an en passant checkmate. I think it's my only ever en passant checkmate.
Oh, that's good. Yeah,
It was in the British 4 years ago.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
If you had an en passant checkmate.
Of course not. It's all about you.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I played Freddie. I've got a bad record against Freddie. He's beaten me on a number of occasions. Although I did draw with him last time I played him. But that was a blitz game.
So I think it looks like, did Harriet Hunt lose?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was a big miss not exchanging queens.
Yeah, I think that would have been a key. If she'd exchanged queens, she could have seen out the time pressure.
So this, oh no, hang on, it's still going. Jacob Boswell. It says that Freddie's won. Did it say that Freddie won?
I don't think Freddie's won.
He's not won.
He's a long way up on time.
So is he even better?
Yeah, he should. I didn't really see the final position.
Oh no,
Properly,
maybe he's not even better. Yeah,
Um,
I thought he'd won. I know he's better. But
he's
not.
got the advantage.
Okay, so I'm wrong about
Should we
that.
look at the end of the?
Yeah,
Boswell's
absolutely. Yeah. Okay, total annihilation in the end. But Harriet did play a great game for a number of moves. I think the problem is that so eventually did do this bishop takes.
Yeah, this was the key moment, I think.
Yeah, so he had to go queen d6. Queen d6, the game would have ended different. I'm not sure he would have lost, but I don't think he would have won.
Yeah, it would have probably been. He'd have to suffer for a draw, probably.
He'd probably have to suffer a draw. But so he didn't do that. And then, once the game keeps going with the clock situation, that's not what you want. So, okay, the engine says that black's better, but in a practical game, it's he's won the game, yeah.
Yeah, so just to show after bishop takes f7, if black played
hang on.
rook takes f7, then the idea is to play queen g8 check,
Oh, wow.
and then
That's a very nice tactic.
attacking the rook. If rook f8, then unfortunately the rook on e5 is now misplaced. You lose
So-
the rook on e5.
Exactly the sort of tactic, Nick, that when you're short of time, you're going to miss.
Yeah, because she just put the rook on e5, which allowed the tactic.
Yeah. And now I think she's kind of panicking a little bit with rook g5, and he's
Bishop
found
e8.
another amazing move with bishop e8. He's kind of swarming now,
Well,
swarming.
bishop e8, yeah, because you need the time to work out bishop f7 and bishop e8.
If you go here, I've got bishop, is it bishop d7, right?
Or do you just take the queen, maybe?
I'll take the queen.
probably
Because the rook
more
is hanging.
straightforward,
Yeah,
yeah.
rook is hanging, yeah. So, great game.
Yeah, bishop e8 is a nice move, and that's
Well, I must admit, it actually wasn't a great game, I would say. It's probably not a great game I was with, because he was in trouble at one point. However, he managed to win. So now, obviously, he's winning the knight, and he's decided to give up the game. Obviously, king a6 is bishop c8 check. So he's won. He's won to form, because he's 24-83. And you look at that game, you look at the result, and you think, well, he's always going to win. But in reality, Harriet did not play like a 22-94, so he played much better than that, but he just couldn't quite finish the game off.
Yeah, I think she outplayed him for a large part of the game, but she just unfortunately got into time trouble.
But what I'm seeing is there's a difference because, we had Fernandez struggle and then he lost. And we had Wadsworth struggle. But the ones who haven't struggled, I would say someone like Ami, he's actually looked a lot less. He looks like he's in good form, right?
Yeah, Amit's playing well. Nikita's been playing well.
Nikita's playing well. So they're kind of maybe the
Shreyas.
favourites. Shreyas, yeah. If he wins. Well, it's not guaranteed he's going to win this round. What about, let's have a look at Simon, because Simon, we'll have a look at Bodhana as well, and maybe Supratit as well. Gawain managed to win. Well done. Gawain's bounced back. Simon had, Richard won, by the way. So,
Okay, do you want to see the end of that game?
yeah, we haven't seen Richard win a game yet in this tournament. Hopefully it won't be the last time. But
No, it looked like it was quite level, didn't it?
yeah, he did well to win this. He did well to win from this position. Queen E6, I mean, eventually black play. This is where we left it. We're expecting maybe Queen C2. Actually traded, surprisingly. Okay, I think I saw that tactic, but
It shouldn't be that big a deal, though.
shouldn't be that big a deal, yeah. But you do have now maybe this isolated pawn, that's what it's kind of counting on. But so Richard, I was kind of criticising his endgame play the other day, but actually he's managed to do well to win this endgame.
Yeah, I'm not sure about knight takes c5. Was there a knight?
You don't like giving up that pawn.
Well, maybe you can. I guess white's threatening bishop d5.
Yeah. Tricky. It's
If
tricky, isn't it?
you move your king f6, might end up transposing unless you've got a clever move here.
Maybe C6. But then you drop H7, right? Or even takes or rook B6, dropping A6.
Yeah, it's slightly awkward for black, isn't it?
Yeah, but he took on. Was that so bad? Take on C5? Oh, but now, yeah, he's starting to dominate the game. Richard likes dominating, I think, because it wasn't his ICC name called Antidrum, and that was a
The anagram.
of dominator.
Yeah, dominate.
Dominate.
You just
yeah.
dominate.
I think he told me I was the only one to work that out at the time.
Oh my goodness,
Oh, jeez.
that was a bit of an unfortunate finish.
So
How
where?
much time did black have at the ends just to fall from 8 and 1? Still quite a lot of time. Must have just been a moment of blindness.
Yeah, but
mean-
he's in a bit of trouble, isn't he? Anyway.
Yeah, the position's bad anyway.
Yeah, position bad. Yeah. Okay. So Richard won. Well done, Richard. So he's going to get maybe a tougher opponent, but obviously still had a tough opponent today. His opponent today, who lost, by the way, still doing well overall. Let's have a look at Simon, because Simon had a really critical moment, some critical moments in his game. Seems to turn it around a bit though. He's got rid of some of the danger in the position, because we left it, and I said Simon wouldn't find H3 the top move, and he did. So,
Wasn't he still a pawn down at the end in the last position?
oh, okay.
Okay, he had some activity.
Yeah. But Simon being material down is not an unusual occurrence, let's be honest. Do you think Simon maybe sometimes tries to play to the crowd too much? Like he's got this kind of philosophy of attacking chess, and obviously he's got a big following, and sometimes,
Yeah, he likes creative games, doesn't he? He likes attacking games. I
Yeah.
mean, he hasn't really had much chance to attack in this game. He's doing his best.
so black's idea is if you take on E5, maybe that's what happened in the game, and D2's hanging. In fact, that is what happened in the game, and white took G3, rook takes B2, rook D3. So knight E5, queen B7 was played. He's decided to trade. You're right. I didn't realise.
But why did he? Yeah, was he forced to trade? He's going to get mated it otherwise, or maybe he's worried after queen b7 was rook b1 ideas.
Yeah.
So once you trade off, then
So you think trading's bad
I don't know. I don't want to trade, but maybe you've got no choice.
because you're playing a lower rated player and you're pawn
No, but
down.
I mean, black's threatening rook b1
Yeah.
and checkmating on h1. if
Yeah,
you're not careful.
absolutely. Maybe even knight d4 might be a threat as well. Knight d4 cutting off the rook from
So
defending.
this is pure torture for Simon now because he can't afford to lose this game. He's going to have to try and go for a draw.
Do you think there's no chance he might turn this round and win?
Well, it's just a pawn down, isn't he, in an otherwise symmetrical position.
Yeah, but
There's always a chance of winning.
he's up on the clock.
There's a chance of winning, but yeah, I guess his opponent, that 4 minutes, that's just the time control.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
The 140, there's Simon only got 1 minute 40.
He's probably got 1 hour 40. Yeah. No, I think
Must be 1 minute 40.
it must be 1
So it's actually he's down on time then.
minute. Yeah.
Yeah, this is. But Stephen Jones is quite a good player. That was a bit of a tricky one for 1 out of 2.
I agree with you. He's a very good player, Stephen. Yeah, he's based in the Basingstoke area. Nice, really nice guy as well.
Yeah, so Simon's got to just dig in now and try and get a draw.
Absolutely, yeah. Can you go knight c4 or no? It's black to move. So rook b3. I'm wondering about, but then that
Maybe
would
rook a6.
rook a6. So maybe. So how do you make progress here with black? Like if you were trying to convert this.
I mean, you could try and improve your king. I mean, I was also doing, if you go rook c7, then I guess white plays knight c4 and just tries to blockade the pawn.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah.
So that's not really helping. I don't think rook c7 is the best move. Perhaps you can just bring your king to. I guess, was white playing rook a6 anyway? Tie you down.
Right. So tie me down, kangaroo spool.
Might be playing rook a6 anyway.
What about knight d4, Nick? Is that a terrible move? Because my idea is to, well, one thing that when you go here, you know, at least I've got that square covered to some
Yeah.
degree. Right? Yeah, I don't really think this is winning for black, but I agree with you. Good practical chances.
Because if he,
Just see if he's made a move. No, he's still thinking. What's the engine saying? Should we check the engine?
yeah, it must be at least maybe +1 for black.
I think less actually. I'm going to go
Okay.
less.
You go lower.
Yeah, I'm going lower.
Oh, you're
yeah.
right.
For once, I'm right. Once
Yeah,
I beat your evaluation.
Half a pawn, only
Yeah.
half a pawn better for black.
Yeah, I would say this is odds on to be a draw, but
Yeah, most likely it was a draw because you can put the rook on a6 like we suggested and
yeah,
just try and stop that c pawn.
all three results are still possible. Well, no, technically it should
Okay.
be like a push free, but yeah, it's not completely push free for white because obviously if you for black, sorry, because if you start pushing too much. But yeah, okay, this is endgame territory. We'll come back to that game, so there's not much going on there. Mark Hebden, well, I
Yeah,
think
should we
just,
look at Mark Hebden?
let's just look at Bod Hannah actually, because that's, and also Supratit. Have we had a look at, we haven't looked at, maybe he's not doing, Frankie Badasconi won by the way against Borna.
That's a good win for Frankie.
Yeah, so well done to Frankie. Jude Shearsby won. Where is Supratit? Have I missed him? Oh, there he is. He's playing against Michael Ashford.
Yeah, so Michael beat Lan Yao in the first round, didn't he?
However, he seems to be in trouble in this game. There seems to be too many pawns down on the queen side. So possibly.
I mean, there's still a chance of it ending as a draw, isn't there?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm on two.
Because White's trying to liquidate the queen side if he can. What would you play for black here? Would you play c6?
Yeah.
Keep it solid.
I think so. Because c5, king a5 is kind of annoying, isn't it? If I'm hitting a6 directly, just to show that.
King a5 might be coming anyway, but
It might well be coming. But if you go c6 and then you go here, maybe there's some clever way that black can,
can you go king e5 and just try and win the f pawn?
yeah, maybe try and win the king and pawn in game.
I don't know. Oh yeah, because there's some lines where you can if you sort the rooks, you're probably winning, aren't you?
Yeah, just to show
Yeah.
that maybe there's some kind of weird win with
Yeah, with the two pawns. Yeah.
here and then takes keys.
Yeah.
Maybe even can I do that move? Is
Well,
that
takes is just winning.
takes is winning?
If king a5 then c3.
Yeah. So we're thinking Supratit's probably going to win
No,
this.
but if you I mean
Sorry.
in that variation, so king b4 c6, king a5,
Yeah,
king
king
e5,
E5,
rook
yeah.
f1
Yeah, takes.
takes,
Check.
check. Or maybe even rook f2. I'm not sure, but anyway, check. King d4, I guess.
Yeah, and then takes keys.
takes. It might be winning for black actually. It looks winning for black, doesn't it? B4.
Maybe B4, yeah. Even though you got A5, feels too much, right? A5, even rook F2 might be a move, right? Yeah, so I think he's going to win.
Probably. Still a bit complicated.
I just go with the favourites. I
Yeah.
just go with the favourites. Yeah.
There's Matthew here. Did Matthew want to show the end of his
Yeah,
game?
yeah.
Do you want to show the end of your game, Matthew?
Actually,
Okay.
do you want to do it?
Yeah,
'Cause
okay,
you
sure.
haven't done
Okay.
it. Yeah.
You go. Okay.
Sure. I'll
Okay, so we're here with Matthew Wadsworth, who just won quite a tense game against Harriet Hunt. A little bit of bluff involved, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't clean at all, and I'm definitely at the point we have here in front of us, definitely at least a little bit worse. I have maybe a bit of compensation for the pawn, but black's definitely at least slightly better. But the one thing in my favour, a big advantage on the clock, so about 40 minutes against about 5 here, with a long way to go to the time control. So there's the likelihood this is going to get quite messy, and that both of us are going to miss a lot of things.
Yeah, but when we were looking at it, we looked at it slightly later than this position. We actually thought she had an opportunity to force a queen trade. I don't know if you considered that when you played queen g3 check. We thought that might have eased her defensive task.
As in queen d6 there,
Queen D-
maybe.
yeah.
Potentially. I wasn't 100% sure if I had e5 there or something else.
Okay.
There was a lot of, but yeah, if we go from here, so queen d4,
Rook h5.
rook h5.
Quite a sensible move. So king b8. I guess you're trying to just create some kind of play somehow, aren't you?
Exactly. I have pressure against f7, and there's maybe some pressure against the black king, and f3 and e4 felt like a good way to improve my structure.
Yeah, I think this was around the point where we started looking
And
at
around
the
here,
queen
it's getting
g7.
very sharp. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. c6. So this was actually a key moment. Or did you consider bishop takes f7 now?
So bishop takes f7. So black's big idea is that if I move the bishop, I think rook g5
Yeah, rook
should be
g5.
played against everything.
Yeah, and I think when we looked at it, we thought bishop g6
And then
was
bishop
maybe
g6.
okay.
Yeah, I was thinking about this. So bishop g6, then the queens come off,
It's a little.
and then rook takes f3. I thought, and I really wasn't sure about it.
Sure. That's completely understandable. The move that we were sort of anticipating you might play is just bishop b3 straight away.
Yeah,
I don't know if there was a problem with that move.
yeah, and then rook g5, queen h6, and the
You've
game
got some
continues.
rook
I guess.
d7
Yeah,
ideas.
yeah. It's
Sometimes
maybe
rook
would have
d7.
been. I don't think queen g3 is bad by any stretch.
We were worried
But
about
it's,
queen d6.
yeah.
You thought you had e5, did you?
I wasn't sure whether e5 worked here. There's black can sacrifice the queen. I guess there's queen g6 check as well. But I'm still honestly not sure. I don't know if there is a clear-cut refutation or not.
Yeah, because we thought if you have to swap queens here, which you might have to do, then black can consolidate quite
Yeah,
easily.
exactly.
And then you're just suffering in the end game.
So I just don't know whether e5 works there. It's probably what I would have played.
Yeah, try something.
But instead knight c7, bishop b3, king c8, and I thought for quite a while here.
Sure.
I thought Harriet would play knight e6 against almost anything, and I just kind of wanted to set up so that I could respond knight e6 with f4 and just try and advance the pawns and get some complications.
It's still quite difficult for her in this position with so
It's
little
not.
time.
It's a really odd position that you're obviously a pawn up, but the coordination, the rook on c5 is sort of active, but also a bit in the way, and it's not an easy position at all, I think.
Actually, there was one line that we looked at. Oh yeah, there was. Maybe I can just find the one line that we looked at after. Sorry, going back a few moves. I think it was after c6. Oh, this was the line. Bishop takes f7. We looked at.
Yeah.
Rook g5. Queen h6. Rook g2, and then we thought initially bishop b3 might be a good move, but actually Jack Wright found the winning plan for black here, which you might be able to see.
Rook takes b2 work, or
Yeah, rook takes b2 actually leads to mate, so that was actually quite strong.
Did not see any of this.
Yeah,
at the board.
maybe a massive amount of material you can give away to avoid mate, but it was completely winning for black. But yeah, this was one of the ideas that we looked at. But yeah, queen g3. We were just worried about queen d6.
Yeah.
But yeah, so king c8, queen g4, and then she played rook e5, which was a blunder, I guess. Allowing your nice tactic, bishop takes f7.
Yeah, so the first point here, rook takes f7, queen g8, check, rook f8, rook takes e7, rook takes g8, and then because of rook e5, the previous move, I win that at the end, and it's a clear exchange here. This is still probably a bit of effort to win from here, but I'd be very surprised if it wasn't winning.
Sure. I mean, because you're not threatening bishop f7 in this position, are you?
Exactly. It's the sort of thing I was trying to make it work in earlier positions, but it hasn't really been on for a while, so it's definitely an easy mistake to make, especially short on time.
Yeah, and then the next move was quite a nice move.
Yeah.
Bishop e8. Looks quite good.
It was a nice move to play, and it's I think quite good luck that all of the lines ended up working as they did.
Sure.
I think I can sort of move the bishop almost anywhere, and we have this situation with sort of both queens hanging, but also the rooks hanging as well.
Sure. So if she takes, obviously you just take her queen.
Exactly, and the key point of going to e8 is that I have bishop takes d7 with check in
this
so
idea as
many
well.
lines.
Yeah.
So like out of all of the squares, e8 work best.
If she takes the bishop, you can take the rook.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and rook takes f3, and there's definitely a bit of play left there as well, I think.
Yeah. So what has she played? Queen takes rook.
Queen takes rook, bishop takes d7 as an intermediate move. Queen takes g5, and I think rook takes f3 might just lose on the spot. But I think if black doesn't play it, then it surely should be losing as well. I think with the connected pass pawns and the weakness of the black king.
I think if I was black and I was low on time, I'd probably...
You've just got to go for it,
you'd gamble.
either it works or it doesn't exactly.
Yeah.
And then, so the issue is
Obviously this big
queen
threat.
c8 is mate, and I think the only ways I could see to avoid like an immediate mate, either you play b5 as Harry did in the game. I thought king a6 might be worth a try as well.
Yeah, maybe it's the best move.
And I was trying to work out if I can, like, because if I take on c7, there are some interesting back rank things. I wasn't sure what was going on after, say, queen d3 here.
Yeah.
And then rook f1 next. This could be good for
Maybe bishop
for black.
c8.
Maybe
Yeah.
bishop c8, and I'm still okay. But it's
You had a way to avoid this trouble, did you?
I think I was going to start with bishop c8 check first,
Okay.
and then
So if king b5,
I think to force king b5, and then I thought I could safely take here,
Okay.
and then I should always have enough checks. I think I'm not. I'd have to.
It looks like it should be winning for
It looks like it should be, but there's definitely it's not like clear cut by any stretch.
Yeah, because if she plays queen d3, obviously you have this check.
got the
don't you?
check
And
there,
if she plays
exactly.
queen d4, I guess you can just play rook b1 if you need
I
to.
think so. Rook b1, I can drop having like in some lines maybe being able to bring the bishop back to f5, and then if I have time to get my coordination back, I should just be a piece ahead.
Yeah, that's good. But she
but,
played b5 instead, which
And this one is
loses the
clearer, I
knight.
think,
And then she just resigns.
I don't think there's any way to king c5. I think I just take.
Take on
I just-
a70.
I can either take on a7 or c7. I thought.
Okay,
I was probably going to take c7 and then rook c1 check in all of
Okay.
these lines, and
Yeah.
is going to mainly just gaining a temper, but they're also the black king is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, so that was good finish into the game anyway.
Yeah, the first half of the game was not particularly good by me at all. But I guess this sort of time control, you sort of just got to stay in games like that and
Yeah, it's good.
take your chances when they show up. Exactly.
So you're a grandmaster now, aren't you? Is that right?
I think it's still. Like maybe it's not up on the website officially, so I'm still an IM for this tournament.
Okay.
But I think it should be official any day now.
Yeah,
So
congratulations.
thank you.
And regarding this tournament, so you drew the first game. It was quite maybe a slightly disappointing game for you. The first
Yeah, I
game.
think my opponent played the opening really well, and I just didn't really have any chance at all the whole game.
Sure. And then you had quite a sort of straightforward win yesterday.
It was still quite messy.
Okay.
But
I think we just saw a point where your opponent played queen h5 check and sacrificed a bishop, and
yeah,
It didn't really work,
yeah,
something
exactly.
like
The bishop sack didn't really work, but it was still.
okay.
It was still a little unclear after that, and that I maybe let things slip a bit later. So I've kind of had, I'd say, 3 quite messy games, but
Sure. 2.5's not a bad result.
exactly. Just have to
No.
hopefully the performances start improve, and
That's
I'll
good.
see who I'm playing tomorrow exactly.
Yeah. Have you faced any of the top 3 before, like Mickey or Nikita or Gwen?
I played Mickey a couple of times. I think I actually played him a couple of weeks ago, the last round of the English.
Oh yeah, that was a draw, wasn't it?
And sort of I drew with white. I was kind of worse the whole way through.
Sure.
I lost to Gawain here last year.
Okay.
And I had never played Vitia Golf. So
Okay.
hopefully, if I get to play 1 or 2 of them, then that hopefully means the tournament's been going well. So yeah, we'll see if that changes.
Yeah, I think you got to get to them first.
Exactly.
And then you can play them. Well done anyway,
No,
and thanks
thank
for
you.
coming in and showing your game, and congratulations on the Grandmaster
Thank you,
title
and
as well.
yeah, thank you for your work with the commentary, you and Danny.
No problem at all. Okay, thanks then, Matthew.
Thank you.
you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thanks again to Matthew Wadsworth, who may well get an upfloat tomorrow, actually, I think, because I think there's going to be 5 people on 3 out of 3. So they're looking to, one of them is going to play someone on 2.5. It won't be Michael Adams because Michael Adams just upfloated. So in theory, you're not supposed to upfloat 2 rounds in a row. So the person downfloating is going to be lucky they won't be playing Mickey, right? You're going to get a lot of whites actually. A lot of people on 3 out of 3. So Nikita Vitiuga managed to win. Amit's won. William Claridge Hansen won. Big upset there, you know. And Shreyas Royal has actually won as well. They're all won with white. And Yi Chen Han won with white. So
5 players and. But what about who else? What about Jonah? Can Jonah make 3 out of 3?
well, let's have a look at the Jonah game because actually there's been a huge swing in that game. Because when we left it, we thought that it was all over. It just goes to show you can never count anyone out. And at this point, Black had a huge advantage. Rook A4 is all good. King D6. He's played. I'm not sure if that's the best move, but that's what he's played. And then he took. Well, actually, that C-pawn looks a bit dangerous, right? It already looks like it's gone a little bit wrong for Jonah in terms of limited material on the
I
kings.
mean, if white gets rid of that pawn,
It's a draw, right?
should be a draw.
Rook check. He's gone rook F1. So his tactical idea is if you take the pawn, I take on F3. However, white played King G3, so now he is threatening to take the pawn. So now it's white to move. White's thinking
You could just take it, maybe.
you could just take, and this is going to be a draw. I remember a game I had many years ago, Golders Green Rapid Play. This would have been 1990s. I played against Julian Hodgson for the first time. 2 rooks against a rook knight and a pawn, and he had a rook knight and a pawn, and offered a draw, and he refused and beat me. But in theory, but that was a rapid play.
Maybe
Okay,
let's just play this line out. So rook takes G2 check.
King F4
You,
maybe.
you have to play King F4. If you play King H4, you get mated.
Yeah, that looks bad. King on the rim is also dim. So King F4. But can you win that position, Nick?
Unlikely. Rook C4 check.
Where do I put the king?
Yeah, I think you probably have to go to E3. If you go to F5, then Rook F2 looks quite dangerous.
Yeah, it's more than dangerous. Really.
Yeah, wins your knight.
Rook check. King E4 maybe. Or even king back to F4.
Then
No,
Rook F2.
Yeah, king E4.
Then Rook E2. Maybe this is not so easy as we thought.
Well, another move I was thinking, instead of grabs kings.
Just
Can you
take
go-
it up and lose.
Can you go knight? Yeah, maybe taking the pawn loses. You're right. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
That'd be quite a nice trick.
It does look dangerous. So you've got to be very certain when you take the pawn. Nah, it's absolutely a draw. So this is a sort of position which is pure calculation. However, if we go back, I was just wondering in this position, Nick, whether you could just simply go knight h4 because
That might be a stronger move. And
Yeah.
if we take your rook and play King E5,
then I go knight g7 maybe, or knight h4 or anyway. Knight g7, I'm kind of misplacing my knight, but maybe I'm just crudely threatening to take.
Knight G7, H4. It's probably nothing, isn't it?
Just take.
That's just a draw, isn't it? Rook
So I think,
G2
yeah, rook g2.
should be a draw though.
Probably knight h5.
I mean, it's a draw if you don't have the H pawn, so it should be
Ah,
a draw.
okay, yeah,
should be a draw
yeah,
with the
yeah.
H pawn.
I mean, going back, actually, if we go back to position earlier, when we had this position, where did we have this position? Here. At this point, black is, maybe king e7 actually wasn't the best. No, king e7 was the best. So where did he mess up? So he took it, at this point, black is completely winning.
So rook A2
Oh,
with
he
the
has
key
to find
move.
rook a2 with the idea of doubling rooks. He played it too safe, actually. He decided to eliminate, because you're worried about these pawns. They look dangerous. But if he went here, just show that variation. Now you're threatening like a mating attack. Very important variation. Rook here, and it's checkmate. I'm surprised Jonah didn't see all that. You know what the bad thing about this is, Nick? At this point in the game, he had 30 minutes left. Or maybe, no,
Yeah.
hang on. No, this is, we're not sure actually, because this is a current clock time.
Yeah, can you see which move that's on? Move 33. So he might not have had that much time left.
No, exactly. King d6 was a bit of a shocker. And now the base is draw. So this Lorenzo Fava is a very tough player to beat. But to be fair, Jonah should have won that. And if you're thinking about winning the British, and you've still got all these tough guys to play, like Michael Adams and Gawain Jones and Viti Ugov and obviously Shreyas and Amit, you got to put these winning positions away against lower rated players, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's most likely going to end as a draw now.
I think so.
But this is quite a nice trick. That just does Rook H5 lose here?
Yeah, I think it.
I mean, that's quite a nice trick, isn't it? Just to offer that pawn. But the fact that White's thinking about it, it's quite a good sign for White.
Apparently, H4 is also good enough.
I don't think he'll play. I guess he might. You know, I wouldn't have thought he'd play that move. He might do.
Knight H4 looks very natural to me.
Yeah.
Actually, even King H4 is good enough. Knight H4 looks. It's a
Yeah,
draw.
it's good enough. Yeah.
So I think that's more than likely you're going to end in a draw unless he blunders. Okay, Marcus Harvey is better against Neil Dickinson's trying to grind that out. Dubs Gupta, I believe, is Dubs Gupta a junior? So that's a junior. I think Tristan Cox coaches him,
Okay.
maybe, or am I getting mixed up with somebody else? Anyway, he lost. Freddie Gordon did win that ending. Bodhana is suffering, but defending incredibly well against Brandon. This is unbelievable defense by Bodhana, you know, on a different level. From such a bad position, such a skilled opponent. Even if he loses the games, he's gained a lot of credit.
Let's have a look at Max's game.
Let's have a look at Max's game against Billy Fellows, fellow junior player in Billy Fellows, who's
Looks like it's been a good game.
played Billy Fellows. Have you played Billy Fellows before?
I played him in some training games once, actually. 3 training games.
Oh, okay.
It was part of a prize that he won.
Right.
Got to play against me.
Sure that was a prize?
The bogey prize.
Yeah. Like punishment. Yeah. By the way, the GOAT of English senior chess, Keith Harper, won the first game, so congratulations to him on his first round. John Merriman, the second seed, also won, so there's still some hope in that tournament. Yeah, this looks a bit dull, all this, doesn't it? It's Dolesville. Not a very exciting position.
I mean, yeah, once the queens come off, there's no checkmating ideas. They're both playing it quite safe, I think.
Bit too safe, I think, yeah.
D5 seemed like the key move to try and get in at some point. Could he have played that? So after, not now, you know when he played Bishop D3, was it, yeah, where did he go? Rook C, after Rook C1, Black played Bishop B7. I was trying to see if there was ever a moment he could play D5, but there probably wasn't.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. So
You want to play it now, do you?
No, I have no idea. It would D5. Yeah, I understand your idea, but you're
It's
also
not
giving
gonna
away
work.
certain squares, aren't you?
I don't think, I mean, Black might be able to play Rook, and I can't play that move, really.
Or you want Rook D6?
No, not, I want to play Rook, no, because Rook D6 you can just take the bishop. I
Oh,
want
sorry,
to play Rook
sorry.
CD7, and if they take the bishop, then take on D1.
But then C7, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure about all of this.
Yeah, I think that wins
Yeah,
material.
I think so, yeah. So you can't play that. So we go D5 now, maybe.
Maybe.
You have to
If
move
I
the
just go
bishop.
here, are you really better? I guess that's the problem. Maybe you're not better. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay, so he didn't do that. He went for something like a bit more of a dull approach, slow approach, and now the current position on the board, A4 seems like a decent try because he wants to go A5, I think.
Yeah.
So that's a good try. He's making some.
I'm not sure
progress.
about H4 though, because it's, I mean, he's trying to stop Black playing H4, but then your G pawn's a permanent weakness.
Yeah, good point. Why not just go A5 immediately? What was he scared of?
Yeah, I think that seems like quite a logical move, A5. Might be slightly better for White.
Yeah. So he's gone H4 and then Rook G8 attacking the board. You're right. I don't like the fact you tie down a little bit. Hang on. Are we getting a repetition here? No. Max is going for it.
Yeah, apparently Max always just plays for the win.
Oh really?
So,
Has he been talked to, or is that just something he's decided?
I think even against stronger players, he plays for the win. It's probably quite a good
That's a
strategy.
very good strategy. Yeah. I mean, Yeah, I think my career could have been a lot stronger if I was a bit more bold and ambitious. I did turn down a couple of draws in my last tournament, so maybe we're making progress. Oh, we had this discussion earlier in the event, didn't we?
I think for a young player, it's quite good because you play out all the positions.
There's too many wimps in chess, aren't there? You look at Gukesh, he goes for it a lot. I think he's been talked to by his coaches, not to take draws, not to take repetitions, just fight. I think that's what a lot of young players are taught. Divya as well, just won the FIDE Women's World Cups. He's got the same kind of bold approach.
Yeah.
So this position, the structure for white is very good, but, is it enough? That's the question.
I mean, it feels like it should be okay for black, but Max will keep playing on.
Yeah. So he's going for like some kind of.
Just to avoid the repetition.
Don't
I mean,
really.
he did get the A pawn at least.
So that's the current position.
There's still some chances here, but it's not that clear how you make progress for white.
The pawn count is level, right?
Yeah. So if black plays rook c2 and you put the king on f3, for example.
Yeah, if you just wait.
Yeah, if black can just find some kind of way to move.
White does have to be careful about the A pawn.
Yeah.
If you just start fiddling around the rook, the A pawn might start running. I mean, it's very nice that that pawn's supported. So, optically it looks good. You're absolutely right. But, by the way, it's a nasty move here. King f4 would not be a good move. It's actually black's move. But, I mean, I could just, let's say I wait with A6 actually might be a mistake because then I'm weak in. But if I just weighted with there, yeah, again, that's a nice, King f4.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Right?
I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe rook a2 or something.
Yeah. Magnus would win this.
Yeah, he's going to keep playing, isn't he? Keep trying.
It's not the most exciting game ever, but
You got to win these games, don't you?
you've got to win these games. And we've seen earlier in the tournament. By the way, can we stop talking in the audience, please? Because it's we've seen earlier in the tournament, Nick, that people are wussing out, aren't they? They're wussing out too early when they should be taking risks. Shreyas won, by the way. That game's still going. I think let's looking at Mark Hebden's game because it's a critical game, critical moment.
I mean, if he won this game, that would be a massive win for him.
He's white, so potentially he might end up playing white in this game. He might play someone like, he'll be on 2.5, so he might play someone like Michael Adams. But then he would have to get double white.
It's not guaranteed he's going to win this game, though, is it?
No.
I mean, so is black going to take on h4, or is he thinking about a move like knight c5, maybe? I'd probably take the h pawn.
You just like material, don't you?
I do.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just go for gold with b4. But yeah, I'm a long way from queen.
Knight b6 now. Just try and get rid of that a pawn.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I don't think white's going to lose this game. This question is whether he's going to win it or not.
And it's the kind of position that he'd probably be quite comfortable playing, where he's sort of risk-free.
Yeah, Mark is a very good endgame player, even though he claims not to have ever studied endgames, but he's got a good feel for endgames, I would say.
But he's played so much, hasn't he? He's just maybe learns through experience.
Osmosis, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Okay, so Mark's a lot better. Let's have a look in on our good friend Simon, because Simon is still fighting away against Steve Jones. When we left it, Simon was worse, but we've had quite a lot of. So basically, I think we left it around about when the queens came off.
It was worse, but we thought he should be able to hold the draw.
He should be able to hold, and he did actually play that move, even though that allowed knight c4. But
yes, I'm a bit surprised he didn't put the rook on a6 and just try to
yeah, I agree with you.
control the black rook from a6. Yeah, this is actually allow black to go after the a pawn.
Oh, okay, so his plan is to counter-attack that pawn. That's quite an interesting plan.
Yeah, is he still trying to win? Is he trying to win the knight? Somehow he's threatening, okay, his own knight's under attack, but he's got some rook b3 ideas to trap the knight, trap the black knight.
Ah, right.
But okay, well, black can defend it with rook a6. But
Because knight f7, rook f6, I guess is the idea, right?
yeah,
And just take f2, and then he thinks he's not. I mean, I guess you could draw that, right? But maybe just thinks this is never going to be enough to win. So I think you're right. He's going.
he's trying to keep open all three results.
That's what I said. I think he's going to try and win this.
Yeah,
But f4 is. Yeah, I'm not sure about
That's the
f4.
problem.
I wouldn't have allowed rook e7.
but then rook b3, and then you want to play f6. Is that the idea?
I didn't see rook b3. I just
Maybe
wondered-
maybe
I
you can
just
play
wondered if-
f6,
But f6 feels enough. Yeah.
then knight g4, knight g4
It gets
h5. Yeah,
complicated, right?
yeah, maybe knight g4 h5.
Because if knight d3, then c4.
Yeah, c4.
C4 is enough, right? Maybe even rook e3. No, rook e3, rook a3. So. Yeah, so just to show that this would be okay for just about saving, well, more than saving black's bacon. Black might still be better actually, but because you have to go into this bad rook and pawn endgame where you're pawn down. Although objectively that might still be a draw.
Yeah, at least you've got quite an active rook there.
Yeah, so knight g4 by Simon is one option. I don't know. He's obviously thinking about it. I'm still very surprised he didn't just take the pawn. I must admit. Okay, maybe.
Maybe rook e7. He was afraid of rook e7,
Ah, right. Yeah, that makes a lot.
forcing the rooks off, and then but you definitely can't win then.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't rook f6, it was rook e7. You're right. So he had to do, and this check is no good because. What about this check and take the pawn? Was that an option?
Yeah, I mean that was an option.
If I go here and then take, but in
Rook
kind of
c6.
taking all the pressure off f7, right?
It comes after rook c6, the knight can get out. It might be drawing, I'm not sure.
Okay, but that didn't happen anyway because he went f4.
He's still trying to win.
And then, yeah.
Yeah, rook b3. Is that the move? Was that played,
No,
rook b3?
we're not sure. Let's have a look. Let's refresh. You're still thinking. What's the computer evaluation? What would you say now?
I still think white can hold this position.
Yeah,
It's probably like minus 0.3 or something, I don't know. What do you think?
I think it's similar to what we said earlier. Yeah, like 0.3, 0.4. No, it's actually equal now.
Yeah, so he's still holding it. Rook b3 is the move. Well, it's going into it's suggesting going into endgame, which we talked about
It's done.
after f6, knight d3, b4.
He has to go knight d3. It's the only.
Yeah.
Everything else is just plain bad.
It's
Like,
it's still that endgame though that yeah, h5 is the problem. It's still that endgame where he's going to be a pawn down.
It's pretty depressing when you're like on 1 out of 2 and then you're playing someone low rated and you're having to hold a rook and pawn in game, a pawn down. But this happens in chess. You just have to get on with what hand you've been dealt.
Yeah, because the computer says that it's a draw, but obviously we know practically you still have some defending. So maybe we can show the line after knight d3.
Yeah, sorry, I'll just go back.
Quickly just show that
Back to
position.
that. How do I go back? Right, okay. So we got this position on the board. It's gone f6. So knight d3, c4. We talked about this. So this position, yeah, very good point, Nick. How would you try to win this as black?
I mean, you try to advance with your king and pawns on the king side. I would try and leave the rook where it is and cutting the white king off. Okay, white should be able to stop you from bringing the king and pawns up.
I mean, is it not? I mean, it's interesting you're thinking about bringing the king in because I'm thinking about doing this. Or is that just too slow?
I mean, that's another idea.
Yeah, it's suffering though, isn't it?
I mean, the king is cut off. It's slightly uncomfortable wherever you put the king, to be honest.
It's suffering. I'm surprised at computer evaluation, but computer sees so long and he plays, as you say, defends perfectly. Like humans not going to defend this perfectly, and I would just feel depressed in some situation. I would just like, You know, I want to be up there with I want to be up there with Amy. I want to be up there with Shreyas. You know, I'm down here. No disrespect to Stephen Jones. I'm down here suffering in the worn down end game.
But you just have to dig in, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. So we haven't had many developments. So let's have a look at the Marcus Harvey. We haven't had a look at Marcus Harvey's game yet. Marcus is a real grinder of a player. You know, he's a bit of a David Howe type player. I mean, you said before about Max that he never takes draws. I think Marcus, when we played that British EU one in Hull, was it in Hull?
Yeah.
You know, funny enough, that was my favourite British I ever played. Do you know why? I told you this.
Because I won.
Yeah, that was it. Well, I think second as well, so, you know, on tie break.
I think you just like the quieter British with not so many people.
Exactly, yeah. You know, often when you play the British, you're overwhelmed by so many people, and especially at the start when they make all these announcements, you hear all this noise in the background, you know, sort of triggered all my autism. So I preferred that British, but just didn't get the result I wanted. Otherwise it would have been a perfect week. But Knight b6, so it's all, yeah, Marcus plays these kind of slow openings. But yeah, I was going to say about that tournament that Marcus was really going for it in every game. And that's the first time when I seen him and I realised that actually this guy, you know, he's really trying every game, you know.
Yeah. Because some of us, we take, you know, tactical draws, don't we?
Absolutely. Which I say is not necessarily a bad thing, of course. It's just in some situations I tend to find that if I take too many draws, you know, look at say Bogdan, for example.
Yeah.
Bogdan Lalic, a good friend of ours, who basically he does tend to take a lot of quick draws, and that's cost him his rating effectively. Yeah, this is very dry again, but
He's got his extra pawn.
he's got an extra pawn, which is very significant. Neil, actually, that's
I think he can grind it out from here.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's a nice guy. Actually, he used to play for my club in Charlton back in the day, Charlton Chess Club. H4. Okay, Bishop D2.
I feel like I should be winning for white.
Yeah, long-term winning, you think?
Well, you've got the extra pawn and the extra central pawn. You still need to find some sort of breakthrough.
So he's fiddling around. So what is his? He's gone Bishop A6. Yeah, this is torture for Neil. Torture. He's defending it pretty well. So he's got this idea going Bishop D1 and tying. Yeah, white's a bit tied down to this pawn. How easy is it to make progress? He's actually doing a pretty good job of defending this. It's not the most exciting position in the world. Let's be honest, but okay, so we got this position.
I think it's quite hard for black though, because white can just keep on trying more and more things. You have to be accurate all the way through.
I mean, he's defended it pretty well so far, I would say.
Yeah.
But
You've also got to try not to get behind on time as well. You don't want to get low on time if you're in Neil's position.
what's your next candidate move? You know, if we
For white, you mean?
yeah, because you know he has fiddled around a lot already. At some point, you have to do something active. Otherwise, you're going to trigger the 50 move rule. Oh, we're probably a long way from that, right? You know, it's flicking a B3 to kill it. You know.
Yeah,
Or
B4.
B3 or B4, right? Maybe B4, right? B4 feels like.
It feels like the main break's going to have to be in the middle of the board, though. Yeah. I don't know if D5 does nothing, though.
Could you put the bishop here?
Maybe it's not so easy to win this position as I thought.
No, I think in the engine, it gives white an edge, but it's, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if this game ended a draw, which would be a very disappointing result for Marcus, who needs to win really to get up there. We keep talking about this. You've got to be up there.
I think he'll do it. You think it'll be a draw?
I think he's favourite, but I'm not. I think there is quite a big percent. Not 50-50. No, I'd say it's more like a 70-30.
But 70% draw, you think?
No, 70% Marcus win, 30% draw, or maybe blunder and Marcus loss. That would be pretty shocking.
I don't think that's going to happen.
That's less than 1%, I would say.
Yeah.
Nil wins, but I think there's quite a high chance that it's going to be a draw. Right, we're going to go back to Bodhana's game. This is a really key
Yeah, she's
game.
defended well, hasn't she? She's
Unbelievable.
quite a good like end game player. I
Very
think.
good endgame player of a different level. Like Capablanca, it's Capablanca reborn.
Yeah, it's interesting because normally young players they're quite tactical and quite aggressive, but she seems to have a different style.
Absolutely, yeah, good point. So, yeah, round about here, Brandon, we said earlier that Brandon had a big advantage at some point out the opening. Maybe, actually, we can go through the whole game, might as well, we've got the time. You know, knight c6, bishop b5, g6. Yeah, I think c3 is a good line. I play. Oh, mind you, I haven't met this movie. Normally, black goes knight f6. I think that's the most typical move. But
Yeah.
e5 by Brandon. So she's probably prepped this up, but doesn't seem to quite given her. So, yeah, this is some sort of known line. I think you get some good compensation for the pawn.
It looks fine for white, doesn't it?
Absolutely, but also not bad for black either. Maybe e5 is a bit premature, because it does give black a good square for the knight. Do we have any other suggestions? Maybe suggestions from our audience.
Knight is a bit slow. I was thinking of knight a3 to c2. It feels a bit slow.
By the way, we've got a comment from Joshua Pym, Nick, from YouTube. On a more positive note, the commentary here is excellent. No bar watching. Well, did they do bar watching in other?
I think they probably just have the engines on, don't they?
Oh yeah, we don't bother with that. We only turn them on occasionally. Selective engine use.
You can tell we don't have the engines on by the moves we suggest.
Yeah. Okay. Someone else made a comment. A good deal is the online ECF event. Strangely poor numbers, however. GM Arkle plays on both many events. Give the wood pushers like me a chance to play a GM IM FM. Yeah, Keith plays a lot of online. He was boasting about the fact he had the highest online blitz rate of anyone on the ECF. So I think a lot of the top GMs don't play online blitz. You know, under the ECF rules or whatever. They play maybe chess.com and stuff like that. Do you play Title Tuesday, Nick?
I did play it a few times, but to be honest, I suffered a bit from the same delusions as Kramnik. I felt like a lot of people were cheating against me, so
Oh, right.
I
Yeah.
stopped
I'm sure they
playing.
were. I'm sure they were. I had a good performance recently, like a few months ago, maybe a year ago, and they put me on the Proctor system, and I did disastrously.
yeah.
Because you got to hold your. I was holding my phone up to the screen while I was playing, and then I got,
Okay.
and then the Proctor system unplugged, so I had to, I lost 2 minutes. I was winning against this one player, and I lost 2 minutes on the clock, and I came back and I was losing on time, and it was a total disaster. I don't think I've played since actually,
Yeah.
but you ever played Bullet Brawl? Has anyone ever played Bullet Brawl?
I haven't done the bullet ball. Yeah, I mean, I might play Title Tuesday in the future. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Yeah, I actually played a Bullet Brawl. Last time I played a Bullet Brawl, beat Nakamura.
Did you?
Yeah, and Naroditsky, the Bullet Brawl before that, I beat him 1.5-1/2. I was quite proud of
I've
it.
had some times where I've been on teaching someone online, and we see like a top GM
Yeah,
playing games, and just try to challenge them and played against top GMs. I once played against Mamajorov when I was teaching a student.
yeah.
He asked me to challenge Mamajorov, and I got a game against him, and I actually won against him.
Wow.
So that was quite good. It's it's drawing a lesson. I played Nakamura. I think I was plus 18 against him, and it ended up being a draw.
Right.
It's probably quite a good result for me.
Yeah, plus 18. Wow. Yeah, he's so fast, Nakamura. He's scarily fast.
I usually lose to Nakamura.
I think most people do, to be fair. So I think, somehow, around about this point, Brandon outplayed Botana, I would say.
Yeah, she lost that d6 pawn, didn't she?
Yeah, that was quite an important pawn. I mean, I would say at this point, it looks a little bit dangerous for black. Would you agree with that?
I mean, the king is quite weak.
I'm surprised by the move at f5, actually, because that feels very weakening. But the problem is maybe it's like a computer
But
move.
what's bishop d5? Bishop d5 doesn't feel right, does it?
No, not at all. No,
I'm not sure what else you do play here though.
no, that's problems because you're threatening queen f. I think his idea was behind f. What was his idea? Why didn't he say, for example, play there?
Queen knight e4.
He wants to stop knight e4, right? Absolutely. So his idea is to go queen f6, all queen b8 like he did in the game. Don't see a great move here for white, I must admit. Even though it looks quite visually quite.
I wanted to try and get a4. Can you play a4 here?
A4 was a good try, yep. And now maybe trade
Take,
skis
yeah,
and
trade
queen
everything
a1
off.
at the end, yeah.
Or trade it all off. Maybe queen e2.
Queen e2 hitting, threatening mate. Yeah,
That's quite dangerous.
that's quite dangerous. Maybe a4.
That's just winning, isn't it?
Yeah.
We get that far.
Because the thing is as well, Nick, I love your a4 idea because if I go b4, then, you know, I'm suddenly getting squares or maybe even the knight can go to
Yeah, you don't lose the d pawn, do you?
What about if I try queen b8? Does that make any difference?
You just do the same plan.
You do so. Maybe your a. Let's check again with the engine. You know, occasionally we do selective engine checking, a little bit like doing my normal games actually.
In the middle of a game.
Yeah, I'm only joking. But I reckon your a4 is top move. Has anyone got anyone else got any suggestions? Because Bod Hanna went bishop d5. I think that's a bad move. H4 was suggested by
That move was better
Paul
than my
Blue.
move.
It's good to see Paul Blue in the audience. H4. It didn't mind. It doesn't mind your H4.
It likes your move.
Yeah, I mean, I wondered about that, but I think bishop f6 kind of kills that idea a little bit.
Still quite a nice move h4 because I guess if you play h6, you weaken the g6 square, which is potentially a checkmating square if you can get the knight on g6.
A4, well, is actually bishop f6. And black's better.
He has to find bishop f6.
Yeah, but bishop d5 was actually okay, but after queen b8,
And now she blunders. Knight b3 is a blunder.
knight b3 is maybe knight g5, but actually it still likes black. The top line is something like this: knight e6. You know, again, it's computer chess. It's on a different level. It's
Yeah.
you know, it's none of this makes any logical sense, right? Knight g5, knight e6. Very, very hard to see all this. So unsurprisingly, she didn't find all that. She just played normal. And eventually we got this.
She just lost the d pawn though, didn't she? Which is the
Yeah,
problem.
let's see the position that's on the board in the game currently. And actually, she's still in big trouble,
Yeah.
unfortunately. He's probably going to convert this, I reckon.
Yeah. She's defended quite well though.
She's defending quite well. Even if she loses this game, still doing well overall in the tournament. What about Supratit? How is he doing? Did he win that game? Stanley Berlusconi, by the way, isn't having a great tournament. He drew today, so
Has Max has drawn his
Max
game?
drew. Supratit still going. I think he's completely winning, right? He's completely winning. That pawn on, is he completely winning? Actually, I thought that was. No, I'm not so
You
sure.
just said it straight away.
No, but I think
It's White's move as well, isn't it?
White's move. Yeah, maybe this isn't winning.
Okay, he's got this sort of second c ball. I feel like it should be a draw, to be honest. Why can't you just play a7?
For some reason, I put the
Why
pawns
can't
on
you play
B4.
a7 and then rook c1?
Yeah,
You play a7, yeah, and then
you
rook
have to go
c1.
rook f8.
Yeah, then rook c1. So I just draw straight away.
Does it though? King c3?
And then king takes c5.
Oh, yeah.
away.
Drawskis. Yeah. No, it's probably going to be a draw then. I think he was winning earlier. We left it around about here. He did go c6. Actually, the engine says it's a draw.
Yeah.
So actually, maybe this is best play. This is probably another one of those 99%ers. You know. Yeah,
I think it's even the low rated players play very accurately, can't they?
Oh, unbelievable, yeah. The level now is just crazy.
Yeah. Okay, there's a number of draws
It's going
on
to be a
there.
draw, so that's a slightly disappointing result for Super 2, but he's still doing well overall.
Has Mark got any chances in his game?
I think so. No, he's thrown this away actually, thrown away his advantage, unfortunately. I think as an older player, he does get more tired as the
Do
game
you think
goes
it's
on.
a three result game now?
Oh, absolutely now. Yeah. I still think it's unlikely he'll lose, but
Sometimes when it starts slipping, though, that's the problem. It can really go wrong.
absolutely, yeah. That's a good call actually by you, like three result game now, absolutely, yeah. I mean, so at some point he had a huge advantage. We go back a few moves, I think he was actually.
So we saw it around here, didn't we? No, this was the position where we saw it.
But even earlier, maybe it was even bigger advantage.
Yeah.
93 was crushing with the idea that United goes to F5, not easy to see. Rook A5 actually was quite a big mistake, Nick.
Yeah.
Maybe he was just playing safe and just said, right, I'm just going to grab that pawn and start, yeah, the advantage, B3 was maybe, it's a tough move to find though, because you're going to get your rook king cut off on the second.
Yeah, but then you can move the knight, can't you? And try and queen one of your pawns, I guess.
Yeah, so this position is really,
There's still chances for both sides, actually.
yeah, actually he's gone E6, which is quite a bad move actually, apparently.
But that wasn't the last move, was it?
I think it was. I think it was. No, he's gone E5, so I'm talking nonsense.
Maybe he played E6 and Mark didn't play the computer move. Yeah, I think this is still most likely to win as a draw.
Yeah, so you should have gone rook B5.
Did Mark just turn down a draw there, did he?
He turned down a draw, yeah. It's very. I think at this point you should probably just bat, yeah, because the fatigue is setting in.
Yeah. But sometimes when you've been winning the whole game, you don't want to take a draw, do you? You want to just keep trying to win.
Yeah, and
Rook takes E5.
oh, rook takes E5 is a draw, but I mean, I think that's what he should do, because surely he's not going to lose this, right?
Yeah, because I think that it's one of those ones where you don't let them take the pawn with the knights. So if white plays his knight away somewhere, you don't play H4 basically.
H4 is losing, is what you're saying.
I
Yeah.
don't know if it's losing, but I would never play it. I would just keep attacking the knight.
So you know this endgame. You've seen this kind of endgame before.
Yeah, but if you attack the knight, it's a much easier draw because they can't let you queen the pawn. Whereas if you play H4, they'll just take it and then they're free rolling, aren't they?
That's interesting because my knowledge is probably lacking. I think you know more technical endgames than I do because I just don't know this endgame. And I've never studied it. So King G3,
Or King F3, yeah, something like that.
yeah, it's gonna be hard to
And then you go back again.
But if you go H4, grabs keys.
Yeah, but this is just, I mean, why would you risk this
No, I
position?
agree with you. Yeah, B5. Now you're gonna have to defend very well.
Yeah, you don't want to get involved with this. It looks like a draw. I think Rook E5 will be played and then it'll probably end up as a draw.
What else? He might try something else. I wouldn't be surprised actually. I agree with you. Rook
I
E5
think if
most
he doesn't play
likely.
Rook E5, he might get to the point where he starts getting himself in trouble, to be honest.
I agree with you, but I know what Mark's like. I think he'll just keep trying.
Keep trying.
He'll just,
I'm not
if
sure.
he thinks that rook E5 is just a really easy draw, he's possibly going to punt knight C6, which just feels a bit too random. And you could end up losing, like you say, you know, you're keeping all these pawns alive.
He might play knight F3.
So, okay, so that game possibly going to end in a draw.
I think if he plays Rook E5, it's nailed on draw.
If we start thinking about the pairings for tomorrow, because we've got the big, okay, we've still got some games to clear up, and Simon's suffering, as we mentioned.
Should we do a quick roundup of the results?
Let's do a quick round of results. So we got Nikita 1 on board 1. And then we had Ami was on board 2-1. Everybody won with white as favourites.
I mean, well, William Claridge Hansen wasn't a favourite. I mean, yeah, Nikita, Ami, and Shreyas have looked very good so far, haven't they? They've played really well.
So we'll scroll down a bit. So we've got Shreyas. Potentially, we think that Father Willow's going to end in draw, but not certain yet. If Willow does win, then you won't get downflow. But if that game ends in a draw, one of the people on 3 is going to have to downflow, but not to Michael Adams, as I mentioned before, because he's already upfloated just on that last round. So
He's also the wrong colour, isn't he?
also wrong
Well,
colour.
maybe Stuart Conquest hasn't got enough points, has he, to upload?
No, maybe Wadsworth, even though he's wrong
He's the
colour.
wrong colour.
Davis is going to upfloat.
No, Davis is quite low seed.
Can you scroll down to the main?
Is there nobody else?
Oh, sorry.
What about?
What's happened?
Can you scroll down to the,
Hang on, let me do refresh. What do I need to do?
just so you can see all the boards. Scroll down.
Now.
Yeah, go to the bottom. No, on the right hand side.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It's like a John Malkovich.
Yeah.
Yeah, being John Malkovich. Okay, so yeah, but I'm struggling to see like a better player in that kind of school group as well.
It's not obvious who's going to float up, is it?
Peter Wells only drew. He's having a disappointing tournament. Peter Roberson maybe. Wrong colour, like you mentioned. I think it might well be Wadsworth.
Maybe Matthews to take a double colour.
Is that the right? We're talking. Is that the right round? Oh, no, this is a different round that we're on now, right? We're on round 2. Hang on, we need to go back to round 3. No, this is round 3. This is what? Prophetic, exactly. So I'm thinking, Nick, that it's going to be Nikita that you got. It's possibly going to play someone like Yi Chen Han. Would that be a fair?
Does the bottom one float down?
Is it the bottom one?
I think the bottom one floats down. I'm pretty sure because Jack Wad was the bottom one. He floated down. So the bottom one is William Claridge Hampton.
Right.
So if he floats down, it could be Shreyas against Nikita.
Wow.
Oh, that's a good
Get
chance.
double white for Shreyas. Wow.
Yeah, that could well be Shreyas against Nikita, and then it would be Yi Chen Han against Ami.
Double white for Yi Chen as well, yeah.
I think so.
So huge clashes.
And then William Claridge Hansen floating down to 1 and 2.5s.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good. Obviously, we're still waiting on the Jonah Willow result. So that's going to be interesting. What would you think for those results? Let's say, I know we're talking theoretical here, but what would you say that you got Shreyas?
I think with Shreyas is white. I think the draw is probably quite likely.
I agree with you. And what about Yi Chen Han versus Ami?
I'd probably go for a draw again. I think it might be around where, if anyone gets through to 4 out of 4, that'd be quite impressive.
I'm actually going to go for Victor Yugov to win and be on 4 out of 4, and I think he's going to be outright leader. I think he's going to go for it. I think he was a bit too insipid in English Championships, and I think he regrets that now, and I think he's going to roll the dice because he needs to get ahead of Mickey and Gawain, who potentially catch him up later in the tournament.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is if he drops a draw now, then Mickey might win. Go up to same score as him.
And objectively, he does have a big rating edge over Shreyas.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost 200 points, right? Now, I know Shreyas is underrated, but still. So I think he will go for it. I don't think he's going to quickly draw. But I agree with you on the board 2, that's most likely to be a draw. And I think someone's going to wipe out William Claridge Hansen. Notice he's going to suffer from the same eggy factor, the bounce factor. You have a great result, and then in the next game, you're wiped out. Let's go back to Simon's game quickly before we finish. And then I think we could probably wrap it up after that.
Yeah.
Because there's not much going on. Mark Darby, by the way, big advantage. He's just broken through.
Okay.
I was hoping for Marcus to win. Because he's my tip.
How many points will Marcus be on?
He'll be on 2.5.
Will he be on 2.5 or on 2?
2.5, I think. He had 1 draw. Could be wrong about that. He hasn't lost a game yet. He drew yesterday against Nigel.
Yeah, one of these 2.5s needs to float up to William Claridge Hansen.
Yeah, it could be Marcus actually.
He's the wrong colour as well.
Yeah, but everybody is.
Yeah.
So it could be Wadsworth. Okay, so so you manoeuvred around quite well actually, quite skillfully as you would expect. He was a lot better, like you said, Nick. You know, the central pawn, extra pawn. big advantage.
Yeah, he's played that quite well, hasn't he?
He's played it pretty
Now
well.
he can play E5.
So my tip to win the British, Marcus Harvey, and I think Amy, I think my top 3 tips, I've pretty much tipped everyone by this point. Who's your tip now? Like, if, at this
I mean,
point,
Hugo is looking the best, isn't he?
have to be Bit Hugo, wouldn't it? But if he lost tomorrow, then Sonny Shreyas might become a big favourite.
Or Mickey. Mickey might come back
Mickey's
into
just
it.
a class act, isn't he? And Gawain, of course, you can't write him off. He's going to get slightly easier pairings. A quick look in on Bodhana's still unbelievable defence. Quick look in on Simon.
That looks a bit uncomfortable.
Oh wow, it looks very uncomfortable. What happened there? So he didn't actually go for the rook on the pawn. That's shocking.
Yeah, the rooks came off. Yeah, I wouldn't really want to swap the rooks off now. Oh, he played knight g4.
Yeah, I had a feeling he'd do that, to be honest. Just because knight, this is too insipid. Like
Yeah.
Simon, it's just not his style. He's gonna throw the dice. And unfortunately, he's not throwing the dice in a good way because h5, you know, it's kind of obvious. I mean, fair play, he's got some balls, Simon. I wouldn't have gone for this, but he just feels like he has to win the game. And at this point, he's totally busted. So he did take knight d2, all the correct move, knight e4, yeah, g4. Knight f2 was crushing.
Yeah, that was the winning move.
Knight f2 was game over. h4, quite a poor move. Knight f3, maybe missed that sequence actually, but what black is still better. It's
It's
just,
still very uncomfortable for white with his 2 queenside pawns.
yeah, he's got zero chance of winning this. I mean,
Yeah, it's quite uncomfortable.
yeah, he could well lose. Let's hope Simon holds out for a draw.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we're going to end it there, guys, because it's pretty much the steam has come out of this round. But again, we've had some amazing guests on today. We had Talia Holmes earlier. We've had Matthew Wadsworth as well. We've had Mickey Adams and Jack Rad, and obviously, you know, the star of the show by far has been myself. Followed by
I had a feeling that was coming.
nah, the star of the show has been you, the audience, and also Nick Pert. And thanks for joining me, Nick Pert, and also thanks again to David Lightfoot. We're going to looking forward to some amazing, massive boss-offs. I call them boss-offs when you get the big guys clashing. Boss-offs going to be happening in the next round. So look forward to round 4. And we're almost, after round 4, almost halfway through the tournament. It feels like, I've been here about a month already. But yeah, thanks again, guys. And I think we're going to end this